Hello, and welcome to our 2024 Alera Group Employee Wellbeing Fair. My name is Andrea Davis, Director of Wellbeing with Alera Group, and I'm thrilled that all of you are here today. This year's event theme is Live for Tomorrow, and I hope that each of you find something meaningful and inspiring from today's topics to help you thrive tomorrow. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers, and all the content we're going to dive into is centered around this theme of living longer and healthier lives. We'll be covering topics from how to get the best sleep of your life to adopting nutrition strategies that can help you support your long-term health. Our hope is that you'll walk away from this event with great ideas on how to incorporate some of these changes into your own lives. Our content will be a mix of interactive and educational sessions, and we hope you'll be able to connect with our speakers and other attendees in the spirit of health and well-being. So let's make today as interactive and engaging as possible. So all of you, as you're beginning to join this event, let's take advantage of the chat now. We'd love to have the registrants that are joining us take advantage and note where they are joining in from today. We have people from coast to coast, so please jump in the chat and let us know where you're joining from. And while you're sharing your responses, I'm going to pass it over to one of our marketing colleagues to share a quick platform demo.
Well, thank you so much, Andrea, for kicking off our 2024 Employee Wellbeing Fair. I'm very excited for today's events, and I hope that you are as well. But next, I will cover a little bit more about today's event platform. Hopefully, this will help all of our attendees maximize today's experience and engage with the content. So first off, as soon as you logged in today, you probably saw the top navigation bar. And this is the best spot for you to essentially toggle and explore different areas of the event platform. So if you're interested in learning about agenda, speakers, presenters, all of those good things, you can use those little icons at the top to navigate to that section. But first, we'll cover the agenda tab, since that's probably the first place that you'll want to go. And just a helpful hint here, you may want to toggle on that little icon that says Show Live Agenda. This will help you see exactly what is currently streaming, and then you will see the join session button so that you can pop into a live event. But if you do want to see the entire agenda, you can always toggle that off, and you'll see the times, speakers, a brief synopsis of each of the different workshops that will be hosted throughout the day. We do want this event to be as interactive as possible. So once you jump into one of the workshops, we invite you to engage in the chat. It's going to be on the far right-hand side of your screen. You'll click on this session and then live chat. You can @mention users, you can share emojis, questions, all those good things. But we do invite you to share your feedback, and we'll be throwing out different prompts to get things kicked off. We'll have folks start sharing in the chat right now. What is your favorite fall activity? So we can start the conversation there, just to give it a good test. We also want folks to be curious on today's call. We're covering a wide variety of different topics. So if you do have questions for today's experts, we invite you to use the Q&A tab that's going to be just to the right of the chat icon. So if you do have questions, again, that is a great place to submit those. We may not be able to answer every single question live, but we will make sure that those questions are logged with our speakers so that we can follow up after the call if needed. As I mentioned before, that top navigation bar is a great place to go if you want to explore the platform. And the next section I'll talk about is our speaker and presenter tabs. So if you are interested in learning a little bit more about who is bringing this event to life today, I invite you to head over to those two tabs. I will specifically just point out the presenter booths. These are a great place to go if you want to learn more about the vendors who are taking part in today's fair. If you click on any of those booths, you can find more information, resources that they've provided. So we do invite you to go check those out. They will be open the entire fair. So if you have a break or any downtime, you can always head over to the presenter tab. And same thing goes with speakers. If you're interested in seeing who is speaking at what workshop, you can head over to that speaker tab. If you have any buffering issues during today's event, we've put together a helpful checklist for our attendees. So the first thing on the list, we just invite you to check your Wi-Fi connection, especially if you're in a public place. We know sometimes Wi-Fi can go out or you might be connected to the wrong network. So first, give that a test. Next, if you are able, we do recommend using Google Chrome. That's the preferred platform for this specific streaming platform. So again, if you are able, Google Chrome will hopefully give you the best platform experience from a streaming perspective. And if those two things don't work, we do sometimes see that a hard refresh can be helpful. So the shortcut is just hitting the Control, Shift, and R buttons on your keyboard. And again, that will do a hard refresh and hopefully will clear up any issues that you might encounter during the presentation. If you are hopping in and out of workshops throughout the day, maybe logging in and out, just a note that you can use that same code throughout the entire day. So if you are prompted on the login page to enter a code, well-being is that code. That's WELLBEING, all lowercase. And that is for all attendees. So if you have folks in your organization who are looking for a code, well-being would be that code that they could use. Finally, we know we get this question all the time. What happens if I miss a session? Or, can I share this with another colleague? Don't worry, we've got you covered. We are recording all of today's workshops. And just by registering for today's event, that ensures that you will receive a link to on-demand content. Be on the lookout in your inbox October 1st. You should see a post-event recap email that's going to have a synopsis of all of the different workshops that we covered, as well as links to visit the sponsor booth, slide content, and as well as on-demand recording links. So be on the lookout. Again, October 1st is when that should hit your inbox. Finally, we do ask you to take 5 minutes at the end of today's fair to complete our post-event survey. The feedback is reviewed by our team. We promise that we do look at all the different submissions, and this truly does help inform what topics we're selecting and how we craft future well-being events. So we do invite you to partner with us in that. And without final ado, we hope that you will just sit back and enjoy today's event. Thanks so much for tuning in.
Thanks, Hope, for that platform overview. And thanks to all of you for sharing where you're joining from today. It's impactful to see that our audience is coming from a variety of different locations and that the topic of well-being has brought us all together for the next few hours. For those of you who might just be joining us now, thank you for attending the 2024 Employee Wellbeing Fair. We are so glad you're here today, and to recap what we've already covered, we have a full day of workshops planned for you on many different well-being topics. From getting better sleep to caregiving for aging parents or children, there's truly a session for everyone. We invite you to jump into the sessions that are most interesting to you, and we hope you'll engage with our presenter booths to learn more about our presenters throughout the day. Finally, we'll follow up the event with a recap email and on-demand recordings and key highlights from each session. So be on the lookout for that email in your inbox on October 1st. Our first session, Metabolism Reset, 3 secrets that can impact body weight, is about to start in just a couple of minutes. Be sure to head on over to the Agenda tab located in the top navigation bar at the start of the hour and click the Join Event button to join the live session. Thank you again for joining us. We hope you enjoy the content that we've put together for today's events.
of your screen, you will find options to share your thoughts and comments in the chat or submit questions to our speaker through the Q&A box. These sessions are designed to be interactive, so we encourage you to interact with other participants and our presenter. Without further ado, let me introduce today's session and the presenter. Our first session today is brought to you by Launch My Health. Please welcome Megan Green, who is the Director of Nutrition for Launch My Health. Megan is a registered dietitian and has additional training through the Institute for Functional Medicine. With over a decade of experience as a dietitian, Megan is passionate about helping clients discover the power of food to enhance their well-being and prevent or manage chronic disease. Welcome, Megan.
Thanks, Julie. And hi, everybody. I'm so happy you're here today. We're kicking off the day, I believe, and it looks like you have a really great schedule of topics that you'll be learning about and discussing all day. So awesome job being here, supporting and working on your health. So like Julie said, I love having interactive webinars. So please use the chat as I go through the information and chat in any comments or questions that you have, or maybe something that you've tried or something you resonate with. That if I talk about something you resonate with, just put a comment in there. So don't be shy in the chat, and I'm excited to get going. So today our topic is metabolism. This is a word that is used it's used kind of as a catchy word for advertisements and selling products, especially supplement products, right? And we're going to really dive into it today, kind of what metabolism actually is, and some areas that impact it that you might have not known about before. So I hope that you learn something new, but also that you feel inspired to take kind of simple, sustainable action after the presentation. And I'll just say really quick here that, this is not medical advice. This is meant to be educational. So always check with your own healthcare team before you make major changes. Style. All right. So metabolic health. I love this quote from Dr. Mark Hyman. While weight loss is important, what's more important is the quality of food you put in your body. And, food is like fuel for our body, but just like our car wouldn't take water as fuel in place of gasoline, although if you have an electric vehicle, just forget anything about that scenario. But our body needs nutrients in order to function properly. And so it doesn't matter just if we're getting enough nourishment from calories and the amount of food we're eating for our body weight, but we also need to look at the nutrient density of our food. So our metabolic health impacts more than just our body weight as well. It influences different disease states, such as diabetes, fatty liver disease, PCOS, which is polycystic ovarian syndrome, and our energy levels. And there's a lot more too. And it kind of is cyclical. So maybe that's one reason that you're here today, is that you have one of those conditions. You're wanting to improve your metabolism or improve how you feel with those conditions. If you want to chat in why you're here to share with everyone, please do. So the basics of metabolism. The definition of metabolism is the chemical reactions in your body's cells that make energy for essential processes. So it's all about your cells making energy for you. And the energy that we get from the food that we eat focuses on or supports all of these functions that we need to live, to have vitality. So brain function is one of them, building and repairing cells, circulating our blood, eliminating waste, digesting our food, and then even just to breathe. Our metabolism is connected to that. A fun fact is that 1/5 of what we eat goes to support our brain. And so if you think about the nutrient density of what you're currently eating, we're not getting a lot of nutrients in the food that we're eating, we're not going to be supporting our brain super well. So if you have any kind of symptoms of that, this could be helpful just to think about what nutrients to add more of. When it comes to different sections of metabolism or categories, there's 3 main categories that make up your total energy expenditure, or your TEE. Now, maybe you have heard of TEE before, maybe you haven't. There are different tests that you can do breathing into a tube to get your TEE. Maybe you've done that, but there's different things that impact that. So the first one on the right there is your basal metabolic rate, or your BMR. Now that's 50 to 70% of your total energy needs in your body. So of your total metabolism, or the energy, that's the minimum that you need just if you were not eating and if you were resting all day, just laying around, barely getting up at all. That would be your TEE. The other two categories are things that our lifestyle impacts even more. So the first one is that physical activity. 20 to 30% of your total energy needs or total metabolism are impacted by physical activity. So that's for things like exercise, and then also non-exercise activity thermogenesis, or NEAT for short. NEAT is things such as leisurely activity. That's where you park and you walk into the store. It can be as light as fidgeting even. Actually, research shows that people who are more fidgety, they actually have a higher NEAT level. So they're needing more energy, burning more energy from just being fidgety, which I think is kind of surprising. It really makes a big difference. I'm not telling you to start being fidgety by any means, but it does make a difference. The thermic effect of food is the third category of your metabolism, and that's where our nutrition makes an even bigger impact. So 10 to 15% of your total energy needs and total metabolism are impacted by what you're eating. So the energy used during digestion. So that's why, whether we're eating enough protein, fat, or carbohydrate at each meal and snack can impact our metabolism. And we're going to kind of come back to that in a little bit. So what influences your metabolism and body weight? Those three main categories, but then here's different things that are more personalized that impact each of those categories. So there's many factors. The number one thing that impacts your metabolism is your body composition and your fat-free mass. So the more fat-free mass, meaning lean mass, also it's your body's organs, bones, and water too, impact your metabolism. That's one reason it's important to build and maintain muscle throughout all stages of life. And then other areas you can see there, gender is one of them. Actually, males they burn a little bit more energy naturally than females. Now, of course, it can be different based on the person, but in general, because of women's hormones, we actually need more body fat to support our organs and vital reproductive functions. So yes, it's true that males' metabolism is a little bit faster than females in general. Our age does impact metabolism. There's lots of different, studies or information out there about exactly how much it changes each decade. But yes, it does. Our body becomes less effective at metabolizing the food that we're eating as we age. But don't let that discourage you, because there are things that can help. How much we sleep does impact it, our mental, emotional health, our genetics, our body size. So that kind of comes back to the fat-free mass. If we have more bone, if we have bigger bones and more water too, that'll impact us. Bigger body size burns more energy. Physical activity, food intake, and then these three categories we're going to dive into here. And then that connection between metabolism and body weight. Again, it's not just calories in, calories out. And I want to stress that, yes, caloric intake does impact our ability to lose, maintain, or gain weight. So that is a part of it. It's not all or nothing, though. It's not just that. And I think a lot of the messages out there in the wellness industry, or even just that we see about losing weight, always point to caloric intake. But it's about the nutrients that we're getting in our caloric intake that really make a difference. And our body adapts. So when it comes to losing weight, if you are somebody who maybe has done really restrictive eating plans or diets in the past, and you felt like you were just starving the whole time and didn't have any energy. You lost some weight, but then you ended up gaining it back. That's a really common scenario. But that kind of yo-yoing that can happen of restricting calories a bunch confuses your body, and your body tries to adapt, but actually it's going to try to reserve the stores that you have of things when you're doing a really strict and significant reduction in calories. So if a goal of yours here today is to lose weight and maintain that, then having a more sustainable approach is probably going to be more successful for long-term weight loss. One other example that I think is really cool of kind of how our body adapts for us is if you don't live at a high altitude and you go visit somewhere with a high altitude like the mountains and you're hiking, your body has to adapt in order to be able to breathe well at that altitude. And that's just a natural adaptation that your body does to protect you. And so there's many different things built in to our body to protect us and protect our health. That's one of them. Slowing down our metabolism if we're doing strict calorie restrictions is another one. And there's some other really cool ones as well. But I think it's good to take a moment to just appreciate that about your body, because often we can kind of start to have feel negative feelings or negative thoughts about our body, especially when it comes to weight. But our body is really trying to protect us. And it's a really kind of cool mechanism. So here's 3 main categories that impact your metabolism that you maybe did not know about. We'll go through these 3 categories, and then after that, we'll dive into 4 main tips, which will be more action goal focused, that you could hopefully choose one and focus on to help reach your goals. So the first one here is body weight and inflammation. There's a connection between chronic inflammation and our metabolism. So chronic inflammation is when a short-term process in the body doesn't shut off. So an example of short-term or acute inflammation is if you accidentally bump into something or scrape your arm or get a cut, your body is going to immediately have short-term or acute inflammation start working. And so that's like your emergency system in your body. It's sending that emergency team to the site of the cut or bump and clotting your blood to save you, protect you, and also starting that healing process for you. That's a good inflammation or a good sign of short-term inflammation. That's something we want. That's the type of inflammation that's helpful. Other types of inflammation are if you have a illness, a virus that you catch, your immune system is working to, again, send different components to that site to help you heal and help you get well quick. So we need that. What happens with chronic inflammation is that process doesn't shut off. And so if you think about a team of emergency responders always having to continue to respond to a site over and over and over without any break, eventually, over enough time, it's going to be hard to keep up the quality of the work, right? Or of the saving and healing process. And so that's when this becomes something that can impact your body weight. And it does go the other way too. If you gain a lot of weight quick, that can impact your inflammatory response. And so doing some things to reduce inflammation can be helpful. As you can see here, there's many signs of chronic inflammation, but blood pressure and cholesterol are connected to inflammation. Even just sinus and nasal congestion, people often find that surprising. Skin conditions or symptoms, chronic pain, low energy, inability to focus, our body weight, gut issues, and prediabetes and diabetes. And even if you are at for somebody who's at a kind of normal body weight, as they call it in the healthcare world, or at a healthy body size, that doesn't mean that they'll have zero inflammation, by the way. So now, where does our nutrition impact this? One way is all of the ultra-processed foods that are really common in our world. Those ultra-processed foods often cause our blood sugar levels to go up quicker because they don't contain a lot of fiber or protein usually. And so when the body starts having more quick digesting sugar, the blood sugar levels go up, and that can eventually lead to some blood sugar dysregulation. Could be like insulin resistance, as it says there, or it could just lead to some weight gain. It also makes you crave sugar, or even if you crave salt, you actually might be craving some carbohydrate. And usually when we're craving sugar, we're not always craving something that we have to cook up, right? And so those ultra processed foods are hyper palatable for our tongue, and they really can be addictive. So over time, that response in the body with high blood sugars leads to ongoing inflammation, which will impact how your body uses the energy that you're eating or the food you're eating for energy, AKA your metabolism. So chronic inflammation and body weight are connected, as well as other disease states. Body weight or your metabolism and your gut health are our second category here. So gut health is getting a lot of attention and kind of almost trendy, right? You see different products advertised all over social media and in the media for different things for gut health. And they're not all bad at all, but you don't need every single one of them either, by the way. So here's how your gut health impacts your body weight. So we have trillions of gut bugs each that live in our gastrointestinal systems. And we refer to that often as your gut microbiome. So these bacteria are living mainly in your large intestine, some in the small intestine, but they're helping with all of these different processes each day that we might not even realize, such as our appetite hormones. So the gastrointestinal system impacts how hungry we are because of our gut bugs. So when we're not feeding the gut bugs enough fiber, then they're not going to produce the things that help us feel full. When we feed our gut bacteria fiber, and we'll look at a list of foods for that, they produce a gas that actually helps us feel full and impacts our hunger levels. So it can help with managing how much we're eating and portion control. Dysbiosis means dysregulated or imbalanced gut bacteria, meaning you have more negative or bacteria than positive bacteria. Inflammation in the gut lining impacts your metabolism as well, and your appetite and how your body uses that food. So if you have any symptoms of inflammation, like different digestive symptoms, for example, that actually impacts your gut bacteria. The gut bacteria, they do a lot in there, and they tell your immune system whether or not to continue with that inflammatory process or to halt. So if you are somebody who has some digestive symptoms, or who has struggled to lose weight or manage weight, or maybe you struggled to gain weight and you just can't gain weight even, looking at your gut health more closely and figuring out some changes there to help optimize it could make a huge difference. The gut bacteria also influence fat storage regulation, and they also make vitamins. So we want to be supporting these gut bacteria. I think of them like a little community almost in there, where we want to have enough of the good bacteria so they can build families, build neighborhoods, build towns, and thrive. And when they thrive, when we're feeding them the foods that they are nourished on, which are certain fibers. So that impacts your metabolism. Now, I often get asked questions about any specifics with gut bacteria. And it's really, I'm pointing out 3 of them here, but I do want to just say it's really early on as far as saying, yes, that for sure will cause weight loss, for example. And these are really focused on losing weight or changing body composition for the purposes of these 3 today. So there needs to be more research, just want to state that. But these 3, 2 main strains and then the combination listed there, this is just highlighting some research on those. So participants in a double-blind placebo-controlled study with high abdominal fat levels took that strain daily for 12 weeks. And you can see there on the left, it decreased body weight. the fat around their organs, which is really important to keep managed, their BMI, their waist and hip circumference, which is an indicator of a risk of disease or mortality. And then you can see they had an 8.5% average belly fat reduction. So if you're somebody who feels like they're gaining belly fat and they're not sure why, they've never had that happen before, that's really common, especially for females as they reach perimenopause or menopause, age, time, or changes in their hormones. That could be something to consider as, again, focusing in on gut health and different bacteria strains. Bifidobacteria, now there's many different varieties of this. This one is less common in probiotic supplements that you'd find like on the shelf at just any old or any regular drugstore or pharmacy. Most of those have lactobacillus strains mainly. So just FYI on that. You'll want to make sure if you're considering a probiotic to check the ingredient list and see if it does contain any bifidobacteria. So this one focused on women with abdominal obesity. Just 10 billion colony-forming units daily for 12 weeks improved everything listed there. So that consistency of 12 weeks is really something that you see in both those highlighted studies there. And so staying consistent with it and kind of knowing that you might not see much of a difference unless you stay on it for that long, I think is an important piece to point out, because sometimes we start something for a few weeks and then forget it and feel like it's not working and stop it. But this was at least 12 weeks. And then the combination is really the best one, or what I'd recommend. Again, if you're considering a probiotic, considering one, always check with your healthcare provider first. But the combination of both lactobacillus and bifidobacteria strains, which are types of gut bacteria, really would be the most beneficial. And it also has other benefits besides reducing belly fat and improving body composition and weight. So there's a little bit of specifics on that gut bacteria. The third category that impacts your metabolism is our hormones. Probably not surprising. The hormones are chemical messengers in our body. And the hormones, our hormones impact everything too. They impact every cell in our body. And so here I'm highlighting 5, I guess technically 6 pieces of the puzzle when it comes to hormones. So the first one I want to talk about is cortisol. Maybe you've heard of cortisol. Cortisol gets a bad rap. It's called the stress hormone usually. And it goes up if we have high stress levels for a period of time. But cortisol actually is a good thing. We need cortisol. Cortisol wakes us up in the morning. Cortisol is kind of the opposite of melatonin. Our gut naturally produces melatonin to help us go to sleep. And then when we wake up in the morning, that's thanks to cortisol, or our alarm first, right? But when we start to feel awake, cortisol is the reason. So we want our cortisol level to spike in the morning and then slowly come down throughout the rest of the day, and then be at its lowest point so we can go to sleep well. That supports our body weight when it's in that rhythm. But if we're not sleeping well and waking up throughout the night, or we have high stress levels, maybe due to anything in life really, but where we really notice later in the day even, stress levels are high, the cortisol is going to start to have little bumps of elevation when it's not supposed to be high, when it's supposed to be coming down. And what happens with ongoing high stress levels, for example, is when that cortisol starts to be elevated too much, too long, it ends up increasing insulin, which is our other one listed there. Insulin tells our body to store fat. So help regulating your stress levels or doing things to help your body manage stress might be a good spot to focus on if you have some goals here today, and that's maybe resonating with you. So if cortisol is too high for too long, again, it leads to our insulin levels going up. Insulin's number one job is to regulate our blood sugar. So it's to take sugar out of the blood, store it in our fat, or use it for fuel, I should say first. If we don't have enough movement that we're doing or need for what we're eating, then it's going to store it in our body fat. And so cortisol makes insulin unusually high But also other things that impact insulin are how much carbohydrate we're eating, and we need carbohydrates, but we want to make sure we're getting fibrous carbohydrates, because if we have too much carbohydrate at once, blood sugar goes up too high, crashes down, we can crave more sugar, but also over time, again, it will just store that as fat. And if your goal is to lose some weight or body fat, make some of those changes with body composition, that could be a good focus area. And then the bottom three there, leptin and ghrelin first. So leptin and ghrelin are your hunger and fullness hormones. So ghrelin or ghrelin, however you want to pronounce it, ghrelin is our hunger hormone. You can remember that. Ghrelin, if your stomach's growling, that's some of your ghrelin telling you that you're hungry. It's good to feel hungry, but we don't want to get to the point of like nauseously hungry. And so we want to feel the ghrelin working, but then leptin is what tells us we're full. And so we have these different hormones that impact how hungry we are at different times of the day. And so one strategy for this is asking yourself, am I in tune with my hunger and fullness hormones, or just my hunger and fullness cues? And it's often surprising for clients that I meet with to realize I haven't been in tune with those hunger and fullness cues for years. I've never really thought about if I'm actually hungry because my day's too busy and I just go, eat when I can, and the day is done. So that's a really nice strategy to start with. If you're not in tune with that, is just trying to ask yourself each time before you eat, am I physiologically hungry right now? Or am I just eating because it's in front of me and it sounds like it would taste good, or due to time or something? Your thyroid is an organ that impacts all your hormones in your body. And if it's underactive, it can cause you to gain weight. If it's overactive, it can cause you to lose weight. And then lastly, estrogen. Oh, estrogen, we could do our own webinar on, but estrogen is super important for many areas of our body, especially for our metabolism. And so if you have any hormonal conditions, make sure you're checking in regularly with your provider on levels, or if you're somebody who's in that age category of maybe perimenopause, menopause, and that's when the estrogen levels can start to sputter and fluctuate a bunch, that can contribute to some weight gain. So some of these strategies can help manage that. So let's go to our tips to optimize weight loss. So there's 4 of them. Eating foods with key supporting nutrients, optimizing your meal timing, limiting added sugar, building and maintaining muscle mass. So the first one is to eat key nutrients every day, meaning first, protein and fiber. Protein is crucial for maintaining muscle mass and building muscle mass. Every cell in the body actually needs protein too. It helps regulate our blood sugar. So again, thinking back to those different categories with inflammation and blood sugar connected, and also with the hormonal health and stress levels, getting enough protein throughout the day, spread throughout the day, can help with avoiding some of those highs and lows. And it can also help if you do have high stress levels. So what do we need to do? You could calculate, if you're a numbers person here, you could calculate how much you need on average. The recommended amount is 1 to 1.5 grams of protein per day per kilogram of body weight per day. So if you don't know your body weight in kilograms, just divide your current body weight in pounds by 2.2. And then that would give you 1 gram per kilogram. That's your minimum amount that you need each day. And if you are somebody who is quite active or exercises regularly, you probably will need a little bit more than that. You actually do need more than that. So make sure that you're getting more than 1 gram per kilogram. And then if you're somebody who has a really active exercise routine, you might need more than 1.5 grams per kilogram. That would be when I'd recommend meeting with a dietitian just to find out exactly how much you need. And then fiber helps keep you full and it nourishes that gut bacteria that control everything or help regulate our immune health, inflammation, cravings, and metabolism. So 30 to 38 grams is the recommended amount per day for fiber. Fiber is the skeleton of plant foods. So you're going to get fiber from basically any plant food will have a little bit of fiber. We'll look at the list in a second. But if you're curious about, well, what does that even mean, 30 to 38 grams? What am I getting? I would recommend tracking what you're eating and drinking in a free app for a little while, maybe just a week. So you can see your daily average amount and see if you're getting close to 30 grams of fiber each day. The average American gets 11 grams of fiber each day. So if you're not close, don't feel bad. Just know that we have to put a little focus on it. Ways to sneak protein in. There are many foods that have protein. Of course, animal foods have protein, but also there's lots of plant options. Nuts and seeds are a good way to add a little bit more. And beans and legumes as well, lentils and beans. So those things would add some fiber as well. So whether it's animal protein or plant protein that you prefer, focus on getting some at every meal and snack. And then 30 grams of fiber. Here's a sample day to kind of show you what that could look like. But like I mentioned, if you're curious, I would recommend tracking. So then you can just slowly add more in here and there without making a massive change to what you're doing. We know that being all or nothing about nutrition is not sustainable. So just pinpointing 1 or 2 action goals that you can do regularly is the way to be successful. And that fiber will help with regulating your metabolism. The second tip is to optimize your meal timing. So when you eat matters. Having breaks from eating matters for most people in general. So there's kind of that thought process before of kind of eating throughout the day and kind of grazing all day being good for your metabolism. But for most people, it's actually not. You want to have those breaks in between your meals so your body can digest food well. And so your blood sugar can be more regulated. And so that helps your hormones as well. So early time restricted feeding has been shown to be beneficial for your metabolism and other areas of health. That doesn't mean a hardcore fasting plan, but you could start with just trying to finish all your food 2 to 3 hours before you go to bed. And maybe you're already doing that. So then try to wait till you're hungry to eat the next day or in the morning. Just wait till you feel physiological hunger to eat a high protein breakfast with some fiber. And then here's another example kind of an advanced option. So if you're wanting to really hone in on this meal timing thing, because you're already getting protein and fiber at every meal and snack, then you could look at being really intentional with eating everything between 8 and 12 hours or even 14 hours, getting all of your nourishment in, and then making sure you have that break period so your body can be in a fasted mode. After about 14 hours, the body has a metabolic shift, they call it. That's on average where it starts to burn fat as fuel. So meal timing can mean different things depending on where you're at on the spectrum of nutrition, behaviors, and habits. The third one is real simple, just limit added sugar. Less than 25 grams per day is the recommended amount in general. Sugar sneaks into a lot more products than we might realize. So check those nutrition labels. It's a law now for every product to include added sugars on the nutrition label. This isn't true for all beverages, but at least for food products, it should say under carbohydrates, added sugar. So not total sugar, but the added sugar should be less than 25 grams per day. The lower, the better. You can see there some of the places it can sneak in. Say yogurt is a huge one, and as well as salad dressings and different sauces, barbecue sauce, for example. People are surprised. Sometimes it'll have 10 grams of sugar, so almost per serving, so almost half the day in just the sauce. And then the last one is to build and maintain muscle mass. So we talked about at the beginning that fat-free mass is really one of the key factors in your metabolism. And so making sure that you're doing some movement regularly that will support building muscle mass is something that I'd recommend focusing on. So the general recommendation each week is 150 minutes of cardio aerobic exercise, 2 to 3 times per week of strength or resistance training. Now, sometimes that can sound overwhelming for people. It doesn't have to be a hardcore strength training routine. Anything that you might enjoy that is a challenge for your muscles counts. So if you've been doing strength training and it's not feeling challenging, finding a way to switch that up might be a good thing to do. Or if you're doing none right now, maybe get connected with a professional to teach you the correct form for doing things that use, body weight resistance training or resistance bands. It doesn't have to be heavy dumbbell lifting or anything like that, but we do need to add some resistance in some way in order to support your metabolism and maintain muscle mass. So to summarize and wrap up, these are the 4 main tips to optimize weight loss. And I hope that from today, you kind of understand now how or why these are the recommendations because of their impact on those 3 main categories that impact your metabolism. So inflammation, your gut health and gut bacteria, and then your hormones. So if you could choose 1 or 2 maximum action steps from this list or something else I mentioned throughout that really stood out to you, I'd recommend starting with that. And again, mark your calendar for when you start focusing on it and just be consistent with it for maybe 2 months before or a month, and then check back in, but really prioritize those consistently to see a difference.
Today's session. A couple of quick notes as we wrap up. Please take a moment to rate today's session using the star icons below the session title. Also, we love to hear what you think about this event, so be on the lookout for our post-event survey. Completion of the post-event survey provides us with a better idea of the topics and content you would like to see at next year's event. Recordings of all today's sessions will be available sometime next week, so feel free to pop back into this event landing page to rewatch any content you saw today. And of course, stay tuned for our next section by Now Wellness titled Strategies for Getting the Best Sleep of Your Life. We will start our next session at approximately 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you.
welcome to the 2024 Alera Group Employee Wellbeing Fair. We're so glad you joined us today. My name is Andrea Davis, Director of Wellbeing with Alera Group, and I will be your moderator for this session. Just a quick housekeeping note before we jump into today's content. On the right-hand side of your screen, you will find options to share your thoughts and comments in the chat or submit questions to our speaker through our Q&A box. These sessions are designed to be interactive, so we encourage you to interact with other participants and our presenter. This session is Strategies for Getting the Best Sleep of Your Life, brought to you by Now Wellness. We are joined today by Molly Eastman, representing Now Wellness. Molly is the creator of Sleep is a Skill and the host of the Sleep is a Skill podcast. Sleep is a Skill is a company that optimizes people's sleep through a unique blend of technology, accountability, and behavior change. After navigating insomnia while traveling internationally, she created what she couldn't find, a place to go to learn the skill set of sleep. With a background in behavioral change from the nonverbal group, Molly became fascinated with chronobiology and its practical application to sleep and our overall experience of life. Knowing the difference between a life with sleep and without, she has now dedicated her life to sharing the forgotten skill set of sleep. In the spirit of that goal, she has created the #2 Sleep podcast, written a popular weekly sleep newsletter for over 5 years, partnered with luxury hotels and lifestyle brands, coached the world's top poker players, and has appeared on over 150 podcasts. With that, I would love to turn it over to Molly.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I so appreciate that. Okay, we're going to be taking the next 37 minutes to dive into how can you improve your sleep? This thing we do a third of our lives, on average 26 years are spent asleep, and yet often we don't really look very, kind of concertedly at this area of life. So we're going to do that today. So we're going to look at 3 strategies for getting the best sleep of your life. For the sake of time, we're going to especially double down on the first 2, and then I'm going to allude to the last one just to hopefully get you excited about some of these things that are likely to be a little bit outside of the box of the top 10 tips to improving your sleep. So get ready. But again, my name is Molly Eastman, and I started this company, Sleep is a Skill, not just like it wasn't something that I knew I was going to dive into. This actually came from my own journey with my sleep, and this wasn't part of the plan. And what really happened was I went through a period of insomnia while traveling internationally that completely changed my life. It was a real rock bottom for me during that period of time, but it ended up actually creating an incredible life for myself, an incredible business, and a sense of purpose. So even if you're going through some struggles with your sleep, my commitment is that we can start to see how we can find ways to break through that and how that can actually be a blessing, dare I say, and I'll explain. But first, a little bit more about that background for me. Before I went through insomnia, I just had a lot of fixed labels and narratives with my sleep and relationship to my sleep. I thought it was just how it was. I would say things like, I'm a bad sleeper, I'm a short sleeper, I'm a night owl, it's in my genes, I'll sleep when I'm dead. If you can relate to any of these sort of ways of referring to yourself with your sleep, or maybe you're one of those people that say, I'm a pretty good sleeper. Whatever it is, we often have some sort of label or narrative around how we perform in this area. And for me, it wasn't a great set of labels. And I didn't connect my poor health as, the years went on. This was like this as a kid, teenage years, college, and then post-college. And I didn't connect the dots between some of the deleterious effects of my health and my sleep. And as my habits became more pronounced, I went through a period of insomnia. Now, at the time, as a serial entrepreneur in Manhattan, burning the candle at both ends, and decided to travel the world. And it ended up actually exacerbating some of these problems that I was having with my sleep to a whole new level. And I never really experienced insomnia before. And during it, it was a very scary time for me. I felt like I'm losing it. I'm dealing with now sleep anxiety. If you've ever experienced a time where you're fixating on your sleep, you're frustrated with your sleep's not working. And now maybe during the day, you're questioning, well, how's tonight going to go? Or maybe during the nights, you wake up in the middle of the night, it's 3, 4 a.m. and you're starting to get nervous. Like, am I stuck like this? What's happening? Any of that fixation on your sleep. During that time when I was really, really desperate at different periods, I did everything possible. I tried every book, hack, trick. I took every sleeping pill, supplement, all the things, and yet they weren't working. And I spent a lot of time, energy, effort, money. But eventually, what I discovered completely changed my life. And of course, I'll share some of those things with you today. But today, on the other side of all that, I truly believe that sleep is a skill set. I now today interact with thousands of people routinely to improve their own sleep, and now have a whole new relationship to my own sleep, and have been tracking and monitoring my own sleep for years and years now. I host the #2 Sleep podcast, as was shared before, run Sleep Obsessions newsletter, which I got to update my bio, I guess, because now it's almost over 6 years strong. Large scale Oura Ring database for sleep optimization. I share that because that gives us a lot of granular information around how you can move the needle with your sleep and what people are really seeing on the ground with their sleep. I do have a niche in high stakes poker, and I share about that because they're a particular group that is dealing with a lot of abnormalities with their sleep, a lot of changing with their sleep scheduling, almost like shift workers. They're in casinos designed on purpose to confuse the circadian rhythm. And I'm going to explain why we might be a little bit closer to those poker players than we might realize. So stay tuned. As well as, I work with other people that are looking to improve their sleep, of course. So high performers, entrepreneurs, etc. Work with multiple sponsors, luxury hotels, corporations, and run courses and programs. I share all that, not just to share that. I share that because as someone who went through a period of time where I truly believed that my sleep was broken, that I was never going to solve this problem, I'm standing here today saying that not only was I able to transform this area of life, certainly if I can do it, anyone can do it, because it was a very scary period of time for me. And I truly believe that it is a skill, and that no matter where you might be at today, we're going to address certain things that might help move the needle for you, or at least bring about that level of curiosity of this thing that we do that's often unexamined. Okay, so having said all that, my mission on the planet is to give you agency with your sleep through circadian biology. I'll explain. But in case you're saying, let's see, let me move this real quick. Okay. So in case you're listening to this and questioning, well, do I really need this skill? Is it really worth, sticking around another 31 minutes? I would actually absolutely assert that it is. And the reason I say that is that you might find yourself in some of these red flag statements that we see commonly, somewhere on the spectrum. So anywhere from I'm a bad sleeper, it doesn't bother me, I'm used to it, red flag. I only need 5 or 6 hours of sleep, red flag. Just to note, 7 to 9 hours is the recommendation for healthy adults. Now, of course, there can be a little bit of variance on either side with that, but largely within that range, or slightly coupled near that, is what we do like to see. And when we are starting to fall far below that, that is a sign of something that we want to investigate, make sure nothing's going on with your sleep. As well as on the other side of the spectrum, as you'll see, I'm a super sleeper, I sleep 10 plus hours. We also want to investigate that group to see, is the quality of that sleep really serving them? Why are we needing to get that much sleep, and just ensure that everything's going okay there? And then lastly, I hear this one all the time, I'm a great sleeper, I fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow. You should know that that's actually a big warning sign for us in the sleep community, because if you were doing that, that's actually a sign that you might be dealing with sleep deprivation, that you might have an undiagnosed sleep disorder. We'll get more into that. So be aware that doing that, while it might sound beneficial, is actually a sign for us that something might be up with your sleep. Okay, so in case we are questioning, is this really that much of a problem? Well, do know that Google Trends did note that in 2023, sleep reached an all-time high for searches. So just this last year, so previous to this year, that when they looked at the all year of 2023, it had reached an all-time high. So we're seeing that over, in recent decades, people are struggling more and more. So why is that? Well, additionally, if we're starting to assert that maybe it is a problem, does it matter? Well, I want to say that sleep impacts everything, and sleep impacts virtually every area of life. We struggle to find an area that is not impacted when your sleep is not working as well as it could. Here's this laundry list of different areas of life that we find. Go to PubMed and put sleep and just about anything that's important to you: aging, mental health, performance, except you can go down the list and you will find connections, even surprising connections like interpersonal relations, ability to read faces and the meaning behind them, etc. It really does permeate into just about every area of life. So it's very, very crucial. And I really acknowledge this company for really taking a stand to prioritize this area, because not everyone is doing that. So it's really great to see. And it's also, it would be really, it would be a problem if I was giving a presentation on sleep and didn't mention that there's over 100 sleep-wake disorders that do exist that many people are just completely unaware that they are dealing with. And so if you are like more than 50 million Americans that have chronic sleep disorders with symptoms like trouble falling asleep, remaining asleep, find it difficult to stay awake during the day, imbalance in circadian rhythm, prone to unusual behaviors that disrupt your sleep, etc. These are just some reasons why you might want to check into screening your sleep and make sure there's no disorders. I'll talk more about that. Oh, I should have given you a warning on this slide, but this slide always wakes up people, no pun intended, if people are drifting off into their own minds, to bring you back, because I want to even explain or share the surprising connections that we might not even realize could be affecting our sleep. And one of those things are things like tongue ties. So this always, starts to have people taking a look at their own tongues to make sure, do they have a tongue tie? I actually do have a tongue tie. I'm about to be getting mine removed on Monday. I'm going to be sharing about it live. So if you want to follow me on Instagram, flying to LA for this, going to do some content around this. But things like our tongues can impact our sleep. These are surprising connections that we might not have realized. So I shared this, one, to wake you up, two, but to also make sure that we really get that there's a huge scope of things that could be impacting our sleep. It's not just about, buying lavender or something, nothing against lavender, but there are tons of things really that fundamentally can be impacting our health and our sleep and the experience of our lives. So I really want to get this message across that sometimes it truly is a puzzle to improve your own sleep, and the answers might be surprising. Now, there are going to be a couple slides that I have in here with stars on them, and this is one of them, and I do put stars on there so you're even more alert for this part. And this one I truly believe everyone should do. I am biased, but I do believe there should be a future where all of us are testing for sleep disorders, and now you can do that easier than ever. So if you or someone you love or know is dealing with any of these laundry lists of symptoms that are quite common, frankly, then I would suggest that these people get tested for sleep disorders. Now, at-home tests you can now get for often less than $200 and get them sent to your home, and they look something like this. There's different kinds. Some are even smaller now. Some even just are like a ring, very, very tiny. So it's really easier than ever to test for sleep disorders. So please be aware of that. And not only would I like to see people do this, not just once, but multiple times. So even if you tested like 10 years ago, I'd love to see you test again, because if you have change in hormones, anatomical changes, weight changes, etc., you can develop some of these sleep disorders. Okay, but I promised that I was going to give you some practical strategies to improve your sleep. And I shared that part of my mission is to improve sleep through circadian biology. So I'm going to explain that and give you some of those practical takeaways. So what is the solution to all of those, people that are struggling with their sleep, that are searching on Google, impacting all those areas of life that I discussed? What can we do about it? Well, I am here to say that my assertion is that circadian rhythm entrainment is one of the missing pieces of the puzzle here. So let me explain. First, it would help to define this term. So circadian rhythm, this 24-hour body clock, controls various functions like when we sleep, digest food, have energy, and overall body health. But it's guided by environmental signals, and those are the signals some of the signals we're going to talk about today. Light, dark environment, temperature, and meal timing are just a few of the crucial external cues. They're also known as zeitgebers or time givers that help keep that body clock on time. What's happening is that so many of us, our body clock has now gone off time, and I'll explain more, but it's wreaking havoc on our physiology, our psychology, and notably in this conversation, our sleep. So our body clock, if you are thinking of circadian rhythm or body clock and you assert that, well, that's probably that thing that impacts your sleep, you're totally right. But it also impacts so many other aspects of life that I think people might not be aware of. So if you look at this laundry list of other components of what it takes to be a healthy human being, they can all get rocked when our body clock is off. And you might have seen this acutely if you've traveled long haul, jumped a bunch of time zones. But ultimately, we want to be aware that not only does it impact sleep, but it impacts all these other aspects of health. So why are so many people struggling with, like I'm asserting to you? Well, in 2001, the EPA found that Americans are spending around 93% of their days indoors, and that is causing a huge divorcing of these rhythms of nature, those cues that I mentioned that help guide our sleep-wake cycle, and it's becoming a huge problem. So, and I promise we're going to go back real quick to go forward, but to go back for millions of years, we evolved under light that looked like this. And this was it. And then when the sun would set, it was blackness and maybe a couple stars, but that was sort of party over until the morning. And that's how we evolved. The wavelength of light that we evolved under looked something like this. Whoops. And that was the type of wavelengths of light that our ancestors would have been exposed to. Beautiful rainbow effect by day. You see that beautiful blue light. It's villainized often around sleep, but it's important by day. But you'll notice how in sunset and then certainly after sunset, then there's no blue light. But when the sun is setting, it dramatically drops to much more red. And that's how we existed. However, 145 years ago, Edison created the incandescent light bulb, but you'll notice that it's actually quite similar to sunrise and sunset. So it's still it's foreign, believe me. It's like, really disrupting of human nature. And it did start to disrupt sleep, but look how close, at least, it was to those wavelengths that we're kind of used to. Well, just last year in the United States, it became illegal to purchase incandescent light bulbs, and they were starting to be phased out over the last few decades as people's in alignment with people's increasing struggles with their sleep. So now, today, what most of us are under are LED lights, and you can see how foreign this type of light is to our biology as compared to that beautiful rainbow that I showed you previously. And some people under some fluorescence, which looks really choppy and strange. But this is what most people are spending at least 93% of their waking hours, probably more, by the way, because that stat was back in 2001 before a pandemic, work from home revolution, smartphones, laptops, all the fun things that keep us indoors, or like my poker players in casinos or what have you for 24 hours a day at certain times. So in case you're like, well, what's the big deal about this? It's such a big deal that just last year, a scientific consensus was released with almost 250 circadian scientists referencing nearly 2,700 peer-reviewed publications, and they're all calling for warning labels on light bulbs when used at night. Imagine this. There was a period of time when that happened with smoking or certain things that now we all kind of know is not great for you, most likely. Well, we're likely to start seeing this evolve into our lighting and the lighting conversation to not just impact sleep, but also obesity, diabetes, heart disease, reproductive disorders, psychiatric disorders, cancers, and our sleep. So this is a big, big deal. And I'm taking so much time on this because this is the first and most impactful strategy that I want you to be aware of. And I'll explain how you can bring this in, but light, dark, having brighter days and darker nights. So the goal here is when we think about circadian rhythm entrainment, I said that this was the solution that I'm just having you try on for this conversation. Another way you could think about it is kind of rewilding how to, even in our modern society, I know we're not going to all move out into the wilderness most likely, but how can you kind of have it all? And what would that look like? Well, it would mean getting outside without sunglasses, which do impact our ability to get some of that light in our eyes, of course, safely, and you manage your well-being accordingly. But where possible, especially in the mornings, it's a really important time for a circadian cue. It's for the sunlight viewing activities. And you want to get brighter days, darker nights. And I'll show you images of that in just a moment. But when indoors, mimicking what's happening outside, including the lighting, the temperature, and behaviors like meal timing, which we'll get into as well. So to recap, we've all started to go indoors, and as we've gone indoors and divorced from these rhythms, nature, our sleep has started to suffer. And so we want to start to shake that up a bit, and I'll show you what that looks like. So the first most important zeitgeber or time giver is your light dark timing. And I say this not just as an opinion, but we know that light dark is the highest impactor of our circadian rhythm. And so at its core, it's brighter days, darker nights. I know I keep repeating that, but I do that on purpose because I want you to get that in your bones. And I also want you to understand what that would look like. I shared that a couple of these slides will have stars on them, and this one is starred because this is so important. If you get nothing else out of this presentation, I hope you are left with this, which is that one thing I would love you to start doing, which is free, is to start getting outside more frequently, and particularly in the front half of the day, and ideally exposing both your eyes and your skin to the sunlight at least certain chunks of time throughout the day, front loading that exposure. If you're trying to figure out where you can get yourself outside, you only got whatever, a certain period of time. The most recent recommendation from a circadian perspective is ideally about an hour outside each day, which for many of us is going to be new. So at least an hour to produce melatonin at night. I know that might be confusing, and that's about subcellular melatonin is actually created by virtue of the sun hitting our skin and eyes and helping to communicate about day. This is different than the melatonin that's made in the brain. So there's subcellular melatonin, and then there's more brain-based melatonin. So this is news for a lot of people. And so in order to create sufficient melatonin by day, you have to get yourself outside more frequently and take off those sunglasses. I used to wear sunglasses like all the time. And now I don't even think I own really a pair. It's like emergencies or something. So we want to really start to get our eyes reacclimated to the world around us, and also know that there are photoreceptors in the skin that are paying attention to what time it is, because these clocks are in every cell and organ in our body, trillions of clocks. And so I assert that this will be one of the next big things that you'll see in wellness. So I know this is like a wellness centric fair. And so I would like to Nostradamus style point to that I believe you're going to start hearing a lot more about this conversation of circadian health and all the ways that it ripples into other aspects of health. But the big takeaway here is get yourself outside. And depending on where you are on the globe, you're going to have longer periods. I'll give you some resources in just a minute to guide you on how long and for when. But in the nights, we want to have darker nights. So you want to shift over to fire-like hues, which is what we would have been exposed to in nature as with our ancestors. So you want orange or red hues, candles, red light bulbs. A lot of my clients use red motion lights and travel size ones, so you can travel around with them. They're portable and easy. So get yourself some of these, and they're very affordable. You can get some on Amazon, or we have some in our store, and other ways to just make this happen. Red everything. So this is a funny one. This is actually my my refrigerator. Don't judge the lack of organization in there. But you can even cover, really bright, blinding, fluorescent-y type lights with red film. So you can get that on Amazon for like $10. I do that with like my Kindle and all kinds of glowing things. So, the point is that you take a little bit of time on the front end, but once you do it once, then it's kind of all set up in your space. Blue blockers, you might have heard of these. Now, the clear ones, unfortunately, don't do a heck of a lot. But by night, we do have research to support that the orange or red lenses that are sufficiently actually cutting out the blue, and you can test this by putting it in front of blue light. And if it cuts out, then it's actually blocking blue, imagine. So you can check out some of those, and you don't have to necessarily spend a ton of money. There are some affordable versions, say on Amazon and what have you. Red screens, please get yourself some red screens. If you use an Android, you can use the Twilight app. If you use the iPhone, there's hidden red filters. So you can go to our website, or you can just Google iPhone red filter sleep, and that will show you how to set it all up. getting total blackout in your bedroom. So if you can still see the hand in front of your face in your bed, it's impacting your sleep. We have studies to support this, that even very single digit lux output of light in your sleep environment can impact your sleep in surprising ways, including things like your blood sugar the next day being impacted just by the presence of light while you're sleeping. So get yourself fully blacked out. If you still have, if you can still see that hand in front of your face, we got work to do. Here are some examples. Company you block out will get on a Zoom call with you and go over your windows with you. Or if you just want kind of just to get the job done, it doesn't have to be wildly pretty. You could get something like Velcro, like Blackout Easy. Doesn't matter what it looks like, but just getting that done. You can get auto-timed lighting features. These are like, holiday lights that will just set it so that things turn on and off at the right times. Vitamin D, this is a huge aspect for getting great sleep. Many of us statistically in the United States are deficient in vitamin D. And I'll give you a resource on how you can get clear on this, but you can actually make vitamin D from a lamp if you're in a northern latitude location. And with that, you can use something like Spurdy or Chroma D, or two light bulbs or lights that can actually help you produce vitamin D from a lamp if you're not able to create that vitamin D, depending on your environment. Now, I mentioned apps that can help. Circadian Life app is one that I definitely suggest everyone getting. That's super helpful in kind of creating the circadian aligned lifestyle, including the light, but also more. So when you should exercise, when you should eat, et cetera, based on where you live and some of your scheduling. The Light Meter app can show you how much light is in your environment, and the D-Minder app is great as well. And that is one that can help support so that you're getting sufficient vitamin D, and it'll tell you the times when the light available outside can actually get you vitamin D, because there are only strategic bands of light that can actually produce that. So that will help you figure that out. Okay, so at a glance, here are all the resources that I shared with you about circadian light dark tools. I'd spent the most time on this because it's the most impactful. It's the place I want you to begin, and it will also affect many other aspects of health, including your mental health, which we know really plays a huge role in our sleep. And so anxiety and depression, we know that if we are to get you outside more consistently and get that darkness, so all that faux light at night is boosting cortisol. So we want to get you out. We want to get you outside more often in the day and a darker space in the evenings. Shifting gears to our second Zeitgeber or time giver. Now, this one is your temperature timing, and this one's huge and really does impact our sleep. And maybe some of us might not be thinking about it, but you want to have warmer body temperature by day and markedly dropping by night. Most of us are staying indoors so often and in these kind of 72-degree environments just all day and night. And so you can imagine how that's giving the wrong signals to our body. And it's very confusing as to what time it is if we're not guiding it. So one, we can help guide it with lots of different other ways, and I'll show you in just a minute. But the big takeaway is warmer body temperature by day, cooler by night. This is one of the starred slides because while it's not particularly sexy, it's actually one of the most impactful things that you can do for your sleep, which is to wake up at about the same time every day, plus or minus 30 minutes, including the weekends. And I say the wake up because you can't always control when you fall asleep, but you can control when you wake up. And so this is why we have people start here. And then over time, that usually then will mean it will fall into when you're going to get sleepy at night. And this impacts your body temperature, which is why it's in this section, because if you have consistency of your sleep-wake cycle, that's going to impact when your body temperature is warming or cooling at the proper times. If you're looking for things that you can bring in to support your sleep, I have seen fewer things that have made such a difference on measurable aspects of sleep, like Oura Ring, Whoop Band, et cetera, than cooling mattress toppers. So chilly sleep, 8 sleep, et cetera, can really make a big difference. If you've heard of cold exposure for sleep, yes, it's true that we do see lots of benefits for sleep. Now, there's strategic things that you can do with this, and women to be mindful of their cycle, and there's more to it than this. But if you're going to bring it in, the general wisdom is cold exposure by day, heat exposure by night, because there is a paradoxical warming effect after you are exposed to cold, which is pretty interesting. So it'll actually kind of activate you and wake you up. Whereas with heat, you can bring that in the evening, and this can include like a warm bath, a hot shower, but also saunas, hot yoga, etc., and have a cooling effect thereafter. Dynamic thermostats, most people don't realize, or many people I find don't realize that at night, we want it to be between 60 to 67 degrees, research finds, including Sleep Foundation reports on the recommendation to have it a lot cooler than a lot of people are doing, but making it warmer by day and cooler by night. And there's actually drugs or things that we might be taking in that can heat our body up or cool our body down. Of course, alcohol and caffeine are two that can be activating. So we want to put those certainly much earlier in the day. And then things that can be cooling, like say magnesium, glycine, etc., putting those more in the night. That's known as chronopharmacology. And here are some temperature tracking apps that you could explore if you want to get more connected to your body temperature and any changes that might be at play. Because when you're sick, that can also affect your body temperature and can affect your sleep. So these are all things to be aware of. Oh, just to say, this Aura, Whoop, and Natural Cycle. So for women, our body temperature markedly changes if you're of menstruating age at different points throughout your cycle. So that adds to the complexity there. Here are all your tools at a glance that we just went over. And then lastly, circadian meal timing. The goal here is to be eating the bulk of your caloric intake by day, and by night to start shifting over to giving your digestive system more of a break. And if we thought about, how our ancestors likely lived, they probably were exposed to times when the sun was out to be able to get their food. They had no refrigerators or pantries or something to go to. So when the sun would set and it's total pitch black, you're not hunting, you're not doing any of these things. So our understanding is that they didn't eat much beyond when the sun would set. And so the most you could extend that out would maybe be fire a little bit, but that still took resources, et cetera. So this whole 24-hour eating system that we've kind of created in modern times is a real problem for our circadian clocks, because every bite of food you eat tells the body something about what time it is and what to be doing when. So a generalized goal, this is not, you don't have to be hard and fast about this, but there's an old saying, king for breakfast, queen for lunch, pauper for dinner, or just kind of titrating down. At its core, you're simply just looking to not overwhelm your system in the evening with tons of caloric intake. We have a lot of clients that come our way where their largest meal is their dinner. And then they're setting themselves up to have to be doing a lot of work. It's almost like giving your body homework right before bed when it's having all these other activities that it should be focusing on, like lymphatic drainage of the brain, repair, the ability to just work on that digestive system unaided with all this other stuff. All of these things are important, but also they seem to impair our body's ability to create melatonin. So when the pancreas is turned on, it's harder for the body to create sufficient melatonin. So if you are nighttime eating a lot, this can be problematic for your ability to wind yourself down in the evening. And it also warms up the body, which I shared about with the temperature piece is counterproductive to our goals. So if you want to learn more about this, one of the foremost researchers is Dr. Sachin Panda. We did a podcast with him last year, and it was one of our most popular podcasts of that year. And he also wrote a book called The Circadian Code. If you want to see more, he has an app called the On Time app, and I'll show that in a minute. But some of his research points to first bite and last bite of food, that you're just looking to do that ideally within about the first hour upon awakening. You're having your first bite of food to front load, fuel you for the day. And I know this is counter to like the intermittent fasting piece, which I used to do years ago and kind of threw my hormones for a loop. And that's what we're finding, especially for women, to that be problematic, because you have your morning cortisol in the morning and you don't want to then have high morning cortisol, throw some coffee on top of that, and do a CrossFit workout, but no food in your system to tell the body that this is morning and to help blunt a bit of that cortisol response. So if you can front load more and then be mindful of when is that last bite of food. So the bare minimum is ideally about 3 hours before bed having last bite of food. But I will say that wearables seem to point to, and this is more anecdotal, but we're starting to see some of these reports even coming out of Whoop. They have a study they're going to be releasing where they looked at the difference between 4 hours before bed, last bite of food versus 2 hours before bed. And the 4 hour before bed group was significantly improved sleep results, heart rate results, heart rate variability, respiratory rate, et cetera. So I think you're going to start seeing a lot more about this last bite of food piece. And then certainly playing with that first bite of food as well. If you want to test some of this, continuous glucose monitors are a great option. I would like to see a future where all of us, just in alignment with testing for sleep disorders, at least have access to these at least for 1 month, just to see the impact that happens when you eat a certain set of foods, and then see how that impacts you bio-individually, because some people might have a whole same meal, totally different glucose result. And the nice news is that just within the last, I think, month or so, we're able to buy these over the counter now in the United States, which is really exciting. You used to need a prescription, but now you can get these over the counter, which is really exciting. And lastly, if you want some apps to further support this journey around seeing how your meal timing as well as meal type, so blood sugar stabilizing options, because if you're someone that's waking up throughout the course of the night and you wake up 3, 4 in the morning, you might want to take a look at your blood sugar. And there's many other reasons for wake ups, but that is a common one that's often overlooked. So you could get the circadian app, which I already mentioned, but it does go into meal timing. The Zero app has a option for circadian rhythm intermittent fasting, which is what we discussed. So it's using your circadian rhythm to mind when you have your first bite and last bite of food. And lastly, the On Time Health app, like I mentioned, Dr. Sachin Panda's app that could be supportive, along with his book, The Circadian Code. At a glance, here are all the tools that I just mentioned. If you want to explore some of those further, the glucose monitors, those are some brands, but you can also now buy them over the counter, the Dexcom and Libre, which are two types of those continuous glucose monitors. Now, I just pointed to 3 things. I pointed to light, dark, I pointed to temperature timing, and meal timing. There are so many more things that can impact your sleep, and all under that same umbrella of circadian timing, right? So the timing that you move, or unfortunately, like many of us are not moving. So sedentary lifestyle, that can impact your sleep. Your thought timing. Now, this is something that I've coined around kind of a bucket to denote some of the types of thoughts that you're having throughout the course of the day. And we do find a circadian component to those thoughts, which is really fascinating. And that does include the timing of, your work, your social timing. So if you're working all day and night, that can be problematic. Drug timing and sleep wake timing are just some other things to hopefully get you intrigued about some other things that might be impacting your sleep. But ultimately, sleep is a skill, so start practicing it. And I want to just absolutely thank you for your time and attention. A couple of things that you could do if you are curious to learn more about your sleep, and things that you might be able to do to improve upon it. Sleepisaskill.com/newsletter. You can sign up for that Sleep Obsessions newsletter I was mentioning. Our podcast is called the Sleep is a Skill podcast. You can get that anywhere podcasts are available. If you have further, questions, call outs, concerns, or something comes up, or you're, wake up at 3 in the morning and now you have a question, just email team@sleepisaskill.com. Again, this truly is my mission on the planet, to help support people with their sleep and their health through circadian health. You can follow me at molly.eastman, and we do have another wearable cohort coming on up, so you can absolutely check that on out. And then there is a QR code that you can scan right here to complete the survey. And then lastly, live for tomorrow. But thank you so much for your time, energy, and attention. I'll leave it on this slide if helpful. And if any questions were kind of put into the chat or beyond, we'll get those answered. So my understanding is we're going to take any questions that there might be there, and or if some come up, they're going to send them on over to me so I can help support getting those answered.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Molly. And thank you to Now Wellness for bringing Molly to us today. And we appreciate all of you joining in. A couple of quick notes as we wrap up. Please take a moment to rate today's session using the star icons below the session title. And we'd love to hear what you think about this event overall. So be on the lookout for our post-event survey. We'll use your feedback to identify potential topics for next year's event. Recordings of all of today's sessions, including this one, will be available sometime next week. So feel free to pop back into this event landing page to rewatch any content you saw today. And of course, stay tuned for our next session by Wealthy titled Thriving in the Middle, Practical Tips for Sandwich Generation Caregivers, which will start in just a few moments at 12:30. So thank you again, Molly and Now Wellness, and have a great day.
Welcome to the 2024 Alera Group Employee Wellbeing Fair. We are so glad you can join us today. My name is Kathy Ellis, Director of Health and Wellness with Alera Group, and I will be your facilitator for this session. Just a quick housekeeping note, on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll find options to share your thoughts and comments in the chat or submit questions to our speakers through the Q&A box. These sessions are designed to be interactive, so we encourage you to interact with other participants and presenters. Without further ado, let me introduce today's session and presenters. This session is Practical Tips for Sandwich Generation Caregivers, brought to you by Wealthy. To represent Wealthy, we have Mike Jones and Ana Fonseca. Michael is the Vice President of Communications. He leads the company's external brand, media relations, and storytelling efforts to shape national cultural conversations around the impacts of care on today's families and workforce. In his time at Wealthy, he's driven national media coverage of care in outlets like Bloomberg, Time, Reuters, MarketWatch, and TechCrunch. And prior to joining Wealthy, Michael worked at change.org for 14 years. He has a passion for storytelling, especially when it comes to caregiving, as he served as a family caregiver for his mom for nearly 19 years after she suffered a stroke. Ana is a care advisor at Wealthy, where she develops personalized care plans for families and connects care recipients with essential healthcare services like elder care, reproductive health, childcare, and more. In her role, she helps families navigate through the complexities of fragmented healthcare systems, ensuring loved ones are able to get the care they need. She is passionate about advocating for equitable, culturally sensitive healthcare and ensuring that every patient feels seen, heard, and respected in their care journeys. Let's turn it over to Michael and Ana.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and welcome everyone. It's so great to be with you all. Good afternoon, good morning, maybe even a good evening, wherever you might be logged on from. Before we start, I also just want to give a quick special shout out to anyone who might have family or who maybe they themselves are facing the effects of Hurricane Helene today. It's been a big topic here this morning as we work to support a number of families along the Gulf Coast. So just thinking of you, and we just want to extend a heartfelt note for what could be a very stressful time for any loved ones, for you yourself. So just wanted to note that. Today, we are going to be discussing a topic that affects millions of people worldwide, caregiving, and specifically the unique challenges faced by the sandwich generation. We'll talk a lot about the sandwich generation today and sort of what it means. And I love the term. It kind of reminds me of like a pressed panini sandwich or a ham and cheese or a grilled cheese. There's a reason for that. But at the top, just know that the sandwich generation are those caring for both children and aging loved ones, and who often feel like they're stuck in the middle, juggling quite pressing care responsibilities. So our goal today is to provide you with a bit of a lens on how much caregiving is touching families, and the impact that it has on coworkers and colleagues really across the entire workforce. We'll share some practical tips and strategies, and we hope that they're tips that help you not only just survive, but thrive in a complex caregiving role, whether that's one you're doing today, one a colleague is doing today, or one that you may find yourself doing in the future. So of course, feel free to keep the conversation going in the chat, ask any questions. If we can address them here, we'll do our best to follow up. There we go. Again, so thrilled to be with you here today. I'm Mike Jones. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Kathy. I serve as the Vice President of Communications at Wealthy, and Wealthy has partnered for more than a decade with families, companies, organizations to support employees in the workforce that are doing that double shift of family caregiving while managing the day-to-day demands of their jobs, touching the lives of 4 million people, supporting them on their caregiving journeys. And it's a mission that hits home really deeply for me and my family. Kathy, I know you mentioned my mom suffered a stroke in 2002 and for 19 years was largely bedridden, and managing her care alongside what was then college, then my first jobs, then grad school, then other jobs. It really was an intense experience, all at the same time while my own family was going through, developments and new additions and their own sort of care journeys. And so it's a really deeply personal mission for me. I know it's a deeply personal subject for so many, so couldn't be more honored to be here with you. I'm here today with Ana Fonseca as well, one of our experienced care advisors. Ana, do you want to pop in, say hello, and give a little insight into who you are?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mike. It's so wonderful to be here with you today. We're both excited to share our insights and strategies to help you navigate the complex world of caregiving, especially for those of you in the sandwich generation, caring for both your children and aging parents or relatives. I personally serve as a care advisor at Wealthy, part of a team that directly helps families with caregiving tasks to make their lives easier, to help them ease the burden of care, and to give them time back so that they can focus less on healthcare logistics and administration and instead focus on the most important things, their precious time with loved ones.
So over the next 30 minutes, we'll be covering a range of topics from managing complex care situations to maintaining your own personal health and well-being. We hope that by the end of this presentation, you'll leave with some actionable tips to, and a renewed sense of confidence in either your caregiving journey today or your future caregiving journey tomorrow. And again, before we dive in, just want to thank you for being here. Your presence shows such a dedication to the subject of care, to your loved ones, to your commitment to being, the best possible caregiver today or future caregiver tomorrow that you can be. So let's get started on this important conversation.
As we begin today, it's crucial to recognize that caregiving is not a one-size-fits-all experience. Rather, care for loved ones and the responsibilities of caregiving affect every phase of life. It is deeply personal to each individual and family. We see caregiving as spanning from aging and to elder care to child care, from supporting those with cancers or disabilities to assisting veterans and the LGBTQ plus community. We see families dealing with dementia, end-of-life care, neurodiversity, and substance use issues. And this is just scratching the surface.
So the statistics are really striking. We're going to cover a lot of data at the start here and then get into some practical tips. But what you're seeing here is, across every stage of life, families face unique caregiving challenges. In fact, the vast majority of families today, more than 53 million families, and that number is climbing. It's likely going to get to 70 million over the next decade. They're providing unpaid care for a loved one. This means that, for so many people, caregiving is not just a personal issue. It's also a significant societal issue, a significant economic issue, and really just touches all our lives across our work, our personal, our neighborhood, our communities. It's really all encompassing. So the images on this slide here represent some of the ways that care takes shape in our lives and in the lives of our families. But it's super important to remember that every caregiving journey and care journey is unique. The challenges you face, the emotions you experience, and the solutions you need to help address some of your caregiving situations and challenges, they're all distinctly personal to each family. So I guess I just wanted to pause here and maybe ask, is there someone you're caring for in your own life? Feel free to note it in the chat. It could be like a mom, a daughter. We've even seen pets. Really, it could be across the board. But if there's someone you're caring for, or you just want to channel them and wish them well, feel free to note it in your chat and just think about sort of what your own personal caregiving journey looks like. As we proceed, I just also want to encourage you to keep that sort of personal situation in mind. I know I think about my mom all the time. I think about my brothers, my sisters, stepkids, all sorts of people in my life just constantly are there with me each and every day. Keep them close to you. Keep your personal situation in mind, because our goal today is to provide practical, adaptable strategies that can help you in your specific caregiving role. And, hopefully make some caregivers out there in the audience feel a bit less alone and part of what is indeed a large population of caregivers, one that's growing every single day. So whether you're caring for an aging parent, a child with special needs, a partner with a chronic illness, your experience matters and you're not alone in this journey. Okay, so let's dive into some of the data and insights that shed light on the evolving dynamics of care for sandwich generation employees. And I know we briefly gave that quick definition of sandwich generation, those caring for children or young dependents while also caring for aging parents or loved ones. But let's dive a bit more into what it means to be part of the sandwich generation today. So that term, sandwich generation, which again always makes me think of the Panera Paninis or your local pizzeria calling up for some kind of like meatball sub. It was coined in the 1980s, and it really reflects that, right? It's like people who are squeezed on both sides of sort of like their, aging parents and kids and find themselves stuck in the middle. The dynamics of this group has changed dramatically over the last few decades. So today, sandwich generation employees face several complex challenges, situations that haven't really existed in previous decades. And so they're really acute. So I want to set the stage here for why we've seen such an increase in caregiving intensity for so many people who identify as sandwich generation caregivers today. So number one, as more and more Gen Xers and millennials sort of delay their own parenthood for a host of reasons, right? Economics, personal reasons, education, career, it's meant that many families are now caring for young children later in life and aging parents now simultaneously. So that's one piece of why this population has just grown so much. The second, people are living longer, right? There are people living into their 70s, their 80s, their 90s, even their hundreds. I was at a meeting last week and someone told me that the first person on this planet who will live to be 150 is actually alive today. And that totally blew my mind. I was like, oh my gosh, that's wild how longevity has totally shifted the conversation. But as people live longer, their care needs expand and they get more and more complex. And so that's another piece that's sort of driving this. Third, and I think we've all certainly felt this, the pinch of rising healthcare costs and economic pressures are so unique to sandwich generation caregivers, and they can add incredible financial strain to what is already often a very heavy emotional journey when it comes to care. And then just the last thing we'll notice, and I know we're still living in the midst of COVID-19, but the COVID-19 pandemic really intensified caregiving responsibilities for so many, and it blurred the lines between work and home life. And I think we all saw that when we were on Zoom calls and our kids were in the next room, or people were barging in, or people knocking on doors, doctor's appointments coming up. It's really kind of like shown a spotlight on the care needs that families are facing today. So those evolving dynamics just have significant implications for employees in the workforce. For the vast majority of employees, it often means juggling those work responsibilities with the demands of multi-generational caregiving, right? Making sure your mom can get to her doctor's appointment while you're at the open house for your child's, second grade class. And that's a lot of stress. So as we move forward in our discussion today, we'll explore sort of how these dynamics shape the workplace and what strategies can be implemented to support sandwich generation caregivers more effectively.
At Wealthy, we often work with families who fit into the sandwich generation. One recent example from my team's work involved a single mother of 5 children who was also caring for her aging mother with dementia. Living altogether, she was overwhelmed by the demands of raising her children while also providing constant care for her mother. She had little time for herself and was experiencing high levels of stress and burnout, as you can imagine. So we stepped in to help her navigate this challenging situation. I assisted her in finding free day services for her mother, programs that provided daily activities and social engagement for her mother and other individuals with dementia. This not only enriched her mother's quality of life, but also provided a safe environment for her during the day, with her mother cared for during the day. The single mother, she was able to gain valuable time to focus on herself and her children. She could attend to personal appointments, spend quality time with her kids, and engage in self-care activities that she had been neglecting for so many years. By easing the caregiving burden, we helped her regain balance in her life, demonstrating how support and resources can make a quite significant difference.
And that is just like one of thousands of stories we see. It's probably one of thousands of stories that you all see among your own colleagues as well. And maybe that story remind you, right, of something you're experiencing in your own life, right? So before we jump from this slide, let's just underscore a few more points that really contextualize and define the sandwich generation today. So maybe not surprisingly, members of the sandwich generation typically fall into that 30 or 60-year-old range. That story Anna just said, total same thing, right? That mom was in her 30s and sort of fit that age range, that sort of what do they say now? Elder millennial, geriatric millennial, as they say on the social medias, that sort of age range. And that's just a growing population, right? And then it's also important to note that the sandwich generation, yeah, as I said, expanding, growing, we're seeing massive population shifts in the US. So currently, this is something that totally blew my mind as well. Every day, 11,000 people are turning 65 years old in this country, and that's a pace that will continue for the next decade. And that is just a ton of population shifting, right? And those folks, 70%, 80% of them are going to need long-term care support that's going to be absorbed by family members, by folks in the workforce today. And so it's just a real, like, definitive population shift that's happening, that's having a massive impact on families. And then just to underscore one more time, millennials, they're now the largest portion of caregivers in today's workforce, and they make up the largest portion of the sandwich generation group. So just to, just to make sense of the population shifts, it's a real interesting trend we're seeing as just sort of millennials and Gen Z now become the caregivers that we know in the workforce more and more each and every day. All right. So hopefully that sets some of the stage for what and who the sandwich generation is. I want to look real quick at some significant impact on caregiving that employees and our workforce as a whole really faces. So for anyone out there who's juggling care needs, some of what you're going to see here probably feels pretty familiar. And we hope it paints a bit of an accurate picture of just the many demands and complexities that so many working caregivers face today. So let's talk first about time commitment. On average, caregivers spend 45 hours per week on caregiving tasks, which is more than a full-time job in itself. And yet so many folks are taking on this caregiver role alongside their regular full-time jobs. That's just an insane amount of time that's spent. The financial burden, right? It's also substantial. Caregivers spend an average of $800, $900 a month on caregiving expenses alone. And those out-of-pocket costs can really put a significant strain on a family's budget. The emotional toll, right? 92% of caregivers report heightened stress and say that the stress of caregiving affects both their personal well-being and also their work performance. And speaking of work, when it comes to work, 64% of caregivers report that their caregiving responsibilities have had an impact on their career. That means everything from, being distracted at work, maybe missing meetings, missing days. That could also mean passed over promotions or not taking a role because the demands in your personal life related to care meant that you couldn't do it. Could mean stepping out of the workforce entirely. Caregiving right now is the second largest reason why people step out of the workforce. It just has a profound impact on the workforce and folks' ability to show up, be engaged, be productive, be healthy. And then perhaps most concerning is that 90% of caregivers today say they lack company support. And what that suggests to us is just a real significant gap between the needs of caregiving employees and the support systems that are currently in place at many organizations. It's not for lack of wanting to make sure that employees are healthy or well. It's usually just this disconnect around what are the benefits they need, what that employees need to be able to maintain that sort of healthy, work presence and make sure their families get the care support that they need. So you can see a few other statistics here. To me, it all just underscores that caregiving is indeed a full-time job, and it puts real physical, emotional, and financial strain on individuals who work full-time. And caregiving employees, let's face it, they come to work distracted, and they may need to use their own PTO or FMLA to manage their care obligations.
Caregiving can touch nearly every aspect of a person's life, often in ways that aren't immediately visible to others. Consider physical health, for example. Many caregivers are so focused on the well-being of their loved ones that they neglect their own health. They might postpone a doctor's appointment or ignore their own symptoms, prioritizing the care of others over themselves. Then there's the financial health. Caregiving often comes with unexpected costs that can strain even the most carefully planned budgets. Many families find themselves unprepared for the financial realities of long-term care, which can lead to stress and difficult decisions. And of course, mental health. The emotional labor of caring for loved ones, especially when balancing multiple generations' needs, can lead to high levels of stress, anxiety, and even depression. Setting and maintaining boundaries is crucial. Caregivers often feel the need to be constantly available, but without boundaries, it's easy to become overwhelmed and burned out. Establishing limits on your time and energy helps protect your well-being. For us at Wealthy, as care professionals, it's important that we recognize these challenges. When we work with families, we're not just addressing logistical issues, we're helping people navigate complex emotional terrain. We need to approach each situation with empathy, understanding that behind every caregiving challenge is a person struggling to balance their own needs with those of their loved ones. By acknowledging these impacts, we can better support caregivers in maintaining their own well being while providing care. After all, the best care comes from those who are also taking care of themselves.
All right, so we'll do a bit of a Cliff's Notes, if folks remember Cliff Notes, kind of summary or cheat sheet here of those first few slides before we get into some practical tips and tools for caregivers today. So as we've discussed, sandwich generation care impacts nearly every aspect of a caregiver of a caregiver's life, really. Financially, it's a huge, significant burden with about half of caregivers reporting an impact on their finances. Time-wise, it's essentially a second full-time job, often requiring over 40 hours a week. Physical health often suffers. 90% of caregivers noted decline in their own health or wellness, and that's often because they can't take the time to go to, this gym class or get their steps in or eat properly when they're balancing, right, the stressful situation of caring for a loved one. Mental and emotional well-being are heavily affected due to constant pressures of care. And then socially, this is something I don't think we talk about enough. The vast majority of caregivers feel just such a experience of isolation and loneliness. It can feel like you're the only one on this journey, or you have no one else to talk to, and you start to kind of unplug or maybe feel disconnected from maybe others in your family, your community, your colleagues. And that kind of isolation can really do have a massive impact on a person's mental health and just sort of their confidence and the way they sort of show up day to day. And yeah, at work, the strain of caregiving, it can significantly impact productivity, engagement, and really affect the way we show up for our colleagues, for our teams, and just across our entire company. So yeah, as hopefully that all describes caregiving, it's not just about managing a couple tasks or checking off a few things on a list. It's really about navigating just a complex web of responsibilities that touch every part of life, really. So, okay, that set the stage. Hopefully that makes it clear, like, wow, caregiving is something that can be complex, intense, touch everyone's lives. I think now, Anna, I'll throw it to you. We'll start sort of, pivoting to the tips. But before we get there, go ahead.
Now let's pause for a moment. We've been talking about statistics and trends, but caregiving is deeply personal. It's not just numbers on a slide, it's real people with real struggles. So I'm curious, as we've been discussing sandwich generation and caregiving, has anything resonated with you personally? Maybe feel free to put a note in the chat, even if it's a simple yes, as it shows us that we're not alone on our care journeys. Maybe you felt a financial pinch of caregiving, or you've noticed your own health taking a back seat. Perhaps you've experienced that sense of being pulled in multiple directions, trying to balance work, childcare, and caring for an aging parent, like Mike mentioned earlier. Or maybe you've seen these struggles in a friend, a colleague, a family member. Sometimes just recognizing these challenges in others can be very eye-opening.
Totally agree with that. That is I just also love, feel free to share it. It's the beauty of connecting with other caregivers in the workforce. It's just hearing from one another. So awesome. Okay, so now that we've explored the challenges, we're going to shift gears. We're going to talk about some solutions and some practical tips that folks can take moving forward that kind of help ease the caregiving journey that pretty much all of us are going to face at some point. So whether you're currently caring for a loved one, maybe anticipating caring for, caregiving responsibilities in your future, we've got some practical advice to share. And I seriously, I wish I had some of this information for me personally. And we hear this all the time from families as well. Before my mom got sick, and we were basically felt like we were making things up on the fly, doing things from scratch. And the truth is we've all got so much to learn from one another. And there are so many things out there that can help ease the burden of care, help make families' lives easier, help make sure those we're caring for are healthy, well, and get the care support they need, and help make sure the caregivers themselves are healthy and well, and staying sort of, as showing up as best they can to care for their loved ones. So we're going to get into some tips, tools, tech that can make a real difference in the caregiving journey. These aren't just theoretical ideas; they're practical solutions. We've seen them work for families. We often talk to families about them. We will connect them to resources like this. We'll research resources for them. Really, it's all about trying to find the right solution for a family's individual care needs, because we all have unique personal care journeys. So that could be everything from apps that help coordinate schedules to online support groups that provide sort of emotional backup. We're going to cover a bunch of resources. Goal here again, let's find a way to make caregiving roles more manageable, more rewarding. All right, so let's explore some strategies and help navigate what can be a complex but important role. Okay. So we've seen in much of the conversation so far that caregiving is ever present for families, and that for the vast majority of us, caregiving is going to be in our future. That's why planning ahead is so crucial. We talk about this phrase here at Wealthy all the time, care planning, and it's really, really fundamental for a family, for us as individuals, for us as colleagues, to do that so we're ready when a caregiving situation strikes. So here's a bit of a roadmap for how to do that. First, have those tough conversations with your family before a crisis hits. It's not easy, but it can make a world of difference. Rather than all of a sudden having to answer all these questions about finances or health directives or, where medications are stored, or, oh my gosh, what's in the will, what's in the life insurance policies, what's in all these things. Having those conversations ahead of time can be so incredibly important to navigating when a care need arises, and the stress and the emotions and the chaos kind of come with it. So yep, do that. Next, think about the hard questions now, right? Like, how would you handle, a loved one getting a significant medical event, having a significant medical event? What are the financial aspects of long-term care? Are we prepared for that? They aren't fun topics. Nobody really wants to think about them, but addressing them can just save a lot of stress later. We talk about this at Wealthy all the time. People plan ahead for honeymoons and saving for college and weddings and, trips they want to take around the world, or just like, bucket list items. But so many people don't think about that when it comes to future care needs. And that can really just make a fundamental difference in being able to navigate care situations moving forward. All right, so last thing we'll say here is just be aware of the ebb and flow of care needs throughout the year, right? Back to school time, we're in the throes of that right now. So that's a really key time when kids or others need some care support. Holidays are coming up, cold and flu season. It's just different periods, and being aware of those ahead of time and discussing care needs ahead of time to just be ready for them. So remember, it's not about planning or predicting the future. It's just being prepared to face whatever comes your way with confidence and knowing what support you've got when those care needs strike.
Right, Mike. Something that often gets overlooked in caregiving is our mental health and well-being. It's so easy to get caught up in caring for others that we also tend to forget to care for ourselves. Perhaps we don't have the time to care for ourselves. So it's important for us to pay attention to our mental health and well-being and the crucial role that setting boundaries play in self-care. Remember that feeling stressed or even anxious is completely normal. Caregiving is tough, and it's okay to acknowledge that. The key is finding healthy ways to manage these feelings. One of the best things you can do is to open up to someone you trust. It could be a friend, a family member, or even a colleague. Just talking about your experiences can be incredibly therapeutic. It is also important to understand your limits and communicate them to others. It's okay to say no or to delegate tasks when you're feeling overwhelmed. Setting boundaries helps prevent burnout and ensures you have the energy to care effectively. Don't be afraid to ask for help either. Make a list of tasks and see what you can delegate. You might be surprised at how willing people are to lend a hand. Sleep is another crucial factor. I know it can be hard to prioritize. I know for myself, sometimes I struggle with sleep, and being well rested makes a world of difference in how you can handle stress and make decisions. Seek opportunities to laugh and be lighthearted to maintain balance. Remember, taking care of yourself isn't selfish. it is necessary. Establishing and maintaining boundaries allows you to protect your well-being, making you more effective caregiver.
I totally agree with this. I mean, I think back to some of my own personal experiences of caring for my mom, where I would, I'd have to be on like a work call. So I'd have my laptop on like a chair while I'm trying to get her, dinner, or trying to help, change wounds, or change bedclothes or anything like that. And it just becomes this really hard thing to juggle, and not trying to, right, like talk about that with colleagues, not delegating some and trying to find some support, not taking care of myself and getting the rest I needed for some of those, those moments really made a difference. There were days where I felt totally run down. I just felt kind of, just not really present, just kind of so focused on everything that needed to be done. And yeah, it really does have an impact on your mental health, your ability to stay well and stay healthy. I think of all the times where, gosh, how many colds I got, how many times I felt sick, trying to balance it all. It's really hard to do. All right, we're going to get into some technology here. Technology can be a game changer in caregiving, especially when it comes to keeping our loved ones connected and engaged. So in today's digital age, there are so many tools at our fingertips to help bridge what can be distance gaps, right? Especially for those who maybe are managing care for a loved one who might live in a different city or even a different country. I'm totally reminded, one of the families we work with, her father, super healthy all of his life, at 80, was diagnosed with bladder cancer. She lived in Buffalo. He lived in California, and she had to really not only help manage his care from afar, but then figure out how to transport him across the country and then set up a care infrastructure there. And there's so much technology that can kind of help do some of that stuff. So yeah, it's just, it's really at our fingertips. Also doesn't have to be complicated either, right? The technology advances for care, they're helping make what were once devices that, required so much tech literacy, accessible to those who maybe aren't as tech savvy, or those who have parents or aging loved ones who are less tech savvy, right? That can be things like voice activated devices. They're a great solution. It can be things, pieces of technology that aren't just good for playing music or checking the weather, even though I do that with my Alexa all the time, but they can do, they can be for, they can help you make calls. They can drop in on loved ones to check in. They can have daily reminders to maybe stretch or do some kind of physical activity that helps maintain health and wellness. Really leverage those. It's really, really good. And then it's also not all about communication, right? Think about the shared experiences that kind of brighten our lives, brighten, the life of someone we're caring about. Some of those things could be like digital photo frames, right? That help family members, you can send them, email them, download them from anywhere, and help people just feel connected to one another, because so much of a caregiving journey can often be, intense. It can feel like you're just doing task after task after task. But at the end of the day, care is the most fundamentally human thing we do. And it is all about connection and maintaining that sense of healthy connection with each other, love, information. It really does make a difference in health and wellness. So even if you're miles apart, it can create joy. It can be a bright spot, and, in the process of staying connected to loved ones. So yeah, the key is really just start with what feels comfortable, gradually explore more options. Remember, technology is not meant to replace human connection. At the heart of care is human connection, but technology can enhance caregiving. It can enhance the connection we're all trying to make with our loved ones. It's about finding those creative ways to stay present in each other's lives, really, no matter the distance. All right. And then we just want to sort of end here with the power of technology and our digital landscape to kind of help us stay in touch with and communicate with our care circle. Here at Wealthy, we often think about a care circle, right? It's the care recipient, the person you're caring for. It's the caregiver. It's the siblings. It's the aunts and uncles. It's the grandchildren. It can be the specialists and the doctors. It can be all of that, right? And for those of us in caregiving roles, we're often in need of sharing communication, and that can be overwhelming, right? Oh, I got to get the notes about this doctor's appointment here. Or I got to get this medication here, or something happened today and the health changed and I got to talk about that here, right? So maybe that's communicating to siblings. Maybe it's across relatives who live in different communities. Maybe it's across different specialists or care providers. It's just a patchwork of communication, right? So coordinating care, it could, that big network, keeping everybody on the same page, it can be challenging, but there are some important and great tech tools out there to make that easier. So a couple that come to mind: for quick updates and check-ins, instant messaging apps can be a huge lifesaver. They allow you to create groups where everyone can be involved in care, stay informed, respond to messages, ask questions. Can be a super huge thing. I know for our family, we have like a WhatsApp group that allows people to kind of chat and chime. Group text threads work well too. I know sometimes if you have an Apple phone versus an Android, the green text bubbles, can get complicated. But yes, super important there. And then when face-to-face communication is needed, right? Video calls have become so increasingly user-friendly. The Zooms, the Teams, the Skypes, they're great for including multiple family members in important discussions or doctor's appointments or just notes on health, right? And then for those who are more tech savvy, smart home devices can be incredibly helpful. They can assist with everything from medication reminders to monitoring safety. And then let's not forget about the power of a shared calendar. I know it seems like the most basic of tools, but it's something that can really just make a difference. It can be, for coordinating appointments, medication schedules, caregiver shifts. And just remember, the simplest solution is always the best. A small group email thread can be just as effective for keeping everyone updated. The key is really just finding what works best for your situation and your loved one's comfort level with technology, right? It's about making communication easier, not more complicated. That sounds like a little pitch or a commercial. So there we go. As we wrap up today, just want to leave you with a message of hope, right? We've covered so much ground, right? We set the stage for the challenges that are faced by sandwich generation caregivers, talked a little bit about, mental health and wellness and some tech tools, planning ahead, strategies for maintaining and, leveraging, maintaining your health and well-being and leveraging technology. While caregiving, especially while juggling multiple responsibilities, it can feel overwhelming at times. And so a big key takeaway is just remember you're not alone in this journey. There are so many numerous resources, tips, solutions available to support you.
Wealthy is proud to be one of those solutions. I love working on a team that directly helps family caregivers navigate these complex situations and find balance in their lives. If you would like to learn more about Wealthy, or if you're interested in staying updated on caregiving trends and tips, please take a moment to scan the QR code on the screen. And as you're doing that, I would like to end it on a positive note. Which is very important for those dealing with caregiving situations today. Seeking help and support isn't a sign of weakness. It's a smart strategy for providing the best care possible while also caring for yourself.
And then really, thank you for your time, your attention. Hope some of these insights and tools, help make your caregiving journey a little bit easier, more rewarding, or your future caregiving journey is more easier, more rewarding. We have one ask for you. It'll take 2 seconds. It's really keep these conversations going, right? Talk to the person in your cubicle next to you on the Zoom room, right? We don't always have to talk about, hey, what's the weather? Or how was the soccer game this weekend, right? Like we can bring our full selves to work, talk about the care needs that we've got for our kids, our loved ones, our parents, our grandparents. We're here, right? Wealthy can be, help more than helpful in having conversations around care. But the most important thing is really, to the extent you're comfortable, like take this forward, continue to expand conversations around care, this industry, and really help shape a culture that better supports the caregivers that are in today's workforce, in tomorrow's workforce, and that are just going to make up such a sizable population for the years and years to come. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Anna, so much. We could talk for hours on this topic, and we will be following up with more information and content as the year goes on. A couple quick notes to wrap up. Please take a moment to rate today's session using the star icons below the session title. Also, we'd love to hear what you think about this event, so be on the lookout for our post-event survey. Please know we do consider your feedback when planning future events. Recordings of all of today's sessions will be available sometime next week, so feel free to pop back into this event landing page to rewatch any content you saw today. Next up is Overcome Burnout with Meditation with Now Wellness. We will begin that session at 1:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Michael. Have a great day.
Welcome to the 2024 Alera Group Wellbeing Employee Benefits Fair. We are so glad you can join us today. My name is Taylor Shapiro here with Alera Group to introduce this interactive session, Overcome Burnout with Meditation. This session is brought to you by Now Wellness, and here representing is Nicole Rutch. Nicole is a Reiki master, a meditation practitioner, herbalist, and a transformational coach. Nicole takes an integrative approach to her work and operates from a truly holistic perspective, working to balance the deep connection between the mind, the body, and the soul. Without further ado, let's turn it over to Nicole.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I am Nicole, and so excited for us to meditate together and dive into a beautiful sound healing meditation. As you may know, being at work sometimes can lead to a lot of burnout, stress and anxiety, feeling, all the feelings. And this is where sound really comes into play. Even just 15 minutes of allowing yourself to be bathed in this beautiful, magical sound healing meditation allows you to really bring your body back to a place of balance and harmony, allowing your nervous system to really restore and to rest, and for you to find a little bit more peace in your day-to-day. So without further ado, start by just closing your eyes and finding a comfortable place of stillness. And allow yourself to just arrive. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here today. It is so amazing how just 15 minutes of sound can give us so much more stillness, more peace, more balance. So thank you, everybody, for joining us here today. Again, I am Nicole. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope you feel, as I shared, so much more restored and at peace within yourself.
Thank you, Nicole. And thank you all for joining us today. A couple of quick notes as we wrap up this session. Please take a moment to rate today's session using the star icons below the session title. Recordings of all of today's sessions will be available sometime next week, so feel free to pop back into the site's landing page to rewatch any content you saw today. Next up is aligning social media with improved mental health. That session will follow directly this one, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Welcome to the 2024 Alera Group Employee Wellbeing Fair. We are so glad you can join us today. My name is Gretchen Day, VP of Health Innovation with Alera Group, and I'll be helping to facilitate this session. Just a quick housekeeping note before we jump into today's content. On the right-hand side of your screen, you'll find options to share your thoughts and comments in the chat. These sessions are really designed to be interactive, so we encourage you to interact with each other and with our speaker. Now let me introduce today's session and our presenter. This session is entitled Digital Empowerment, Aligning Social Media Use with Improved Mental Health, presented by Carly Newhouse, LCSW. Carly is an operations leader specializing in strategic healthcare programs, partnerships, and clinical products to enhance community health. With a background in clinical social work and extensive experience across employer and healthcare settings, she has managed employer relationships through customized health programs and the development of alternative payment models. Carly has also sold mental health offerings to employers, created partnerships with health plans, and now leads the clinical product management of mental health resources in the higher education market. She has worked at Mount Sinai Hospital, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, Spring Health, and Timely Care. Without further ado, let me turn it over to you, Carly.
I want to start off by saying that my presentation today is a reflection of my thoughts and research and professional experience. It does not represent any of my former or current employers. And that there, as Gretchen said, we want to make this session interactive, so there is a live Q&A. I'll be on answering questions, so please don't be shy. Make me work for it. Okay, so today we're going to just introduce the topic of social media use and mental health. We're going to try to dig into what social media actually is. I think so many of us think we understand what it means, and then if asked to define or describe, would really struggle. Then we're going to briefly touch on social media's adverse impacts. I think this is something that we've heard a lot about, rightfully so. And that means that I don't really have to cover it that much today, and we can talk about the other impacts that social media might be able to have. So that's going to be the primary focus of today, is really digging into how we can harness or exploit social media for our own purposes. And we'll talk about how to think about that for different populations uniquely. And then finally, we're going to think about whose job is it to police or orient social media towards being a positive force in society. Okay, my favorite thing to do in a presentation is to clarify what this presentation is not and will not include. So if you're here to just hear one of these three perspectives, then unfortunately you're going to be disappointed, but hopefully you will be surprised and interested by what you do learn. So the first thing is I'm not going to whitewash any of the negative implications of social media that so many researchers, even the search in general, has made sure that everyone's alerted to the negative implications of social media. Again, we will touch on those, but I want to acknowledge them and also say that we can focus on other things because we all know about that aspect. I would be remiss if I didn't include the words AI in a presentation. I think I would be fined. So I'm including them by saying that this presentation is not going to focus on the use of AI in social media or other forms of media, and how that might amplify social media's power or be used for nefarious purposes. That would be a whole different presentation. And then finally, I'm not going to do a global analysis or really talk about governments that block social media or hinder people's ability to share and engage on social media. That too is a different topic. If you're interested in that, please let me know. We can cover that another day. Okay, now we're all really good at putting on different hats. So I wake up and the first hat I put on is me. How does my back feel? How does my neck feel? And then my kids jump on top of me. So now I'm putting on my parenting hat, and then I get into work and I'm putting on my employee hat. And so I'm actually going to ask you to switch between three different lenses today. So first, your employer, and I should say consultant hat as well, where your focus is on giving your employees and or your customers, your clients, the best benefits packages that you possibly can, both in terms of hard packages and also just events and supportive resources. The second hat is that caregiver hat. Many of us might know Rosalind Carter's famous line that there are 4 types of people in this world: those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need caregivers. And so for me, in my current life moment, I am a caregiver of young children. I'm sure many in the audience are in that specific place. Others will be in a different place, or even planning on being caregivers for loved ones, in the near future. And the frame that we're going to focus on today from a caregiver perspective is really the parent trying to help their child across different ages with social media. And then finally, ourselves, right? We often put ourselves last. So we're going to think about how social media impacts us and how we think about it in our daily lives. Okay, so we're going to be switching through those 3 different lenses. All right, what is social media, really? A lot of people will say posting pictures or, writing silly things to your friends or, posting pranks on YouTube. And, those are all examples of ways that we use social media. But I think these 2 definitions combined really represent holistically what social media is to us. So it's internet-based channels that allow users to interact and self-present. And we will talk about all the highlighted words, either in real time or asynchronously, with both broad and narrow audiences who derive value from user-generated content and the perception of interaction with others. So self-presentation, that's the curation element of social media. That's us being really active and conscious about how we show up on social media. Are we looking through 15 different pictures before we find the one that we feel comfortable posting? Are we editing our words time and time again and having a friend or a trusted colleague review it before we post it on LinkedIn? So that's that self-presentation element. Then one of the reasons that social media is so addictive is that there is no consistent feedback. So it's not as if every hour on the hour somebody will give your post a thumbs up or respond to you. It's intermittent. You never know when it's going to happen, which keeps you sort of actively checking and rechecking, and wanting that fix, which, you know, addictions are all closely tied. So it truly is a fix at some point with both broad and narrow audiences. And so what's important here is that you can engage with everyone and no one when you post something, right? Or when you read something. And at the same time, a lot of people are actually posting for a specific narrow audience. So maybe it's parents in your neighborhood. Maybe it's those who love sewing mermaid costumes, which I just recently saw on social media. You know, maybe it's skateboarders who are all trying to get to this ideal skateboarding park in some amazing country. And then it's this idea of deriving value. And so it's obviously not monetary value, though influencers do derive monetary value here. But it's a sense of self. It's a sense of community. It's a sense of connection. It's a sense of social capital. And the object is actually the content that we all create, right? And that's why social media, we say, is profiting off of other people, because we are doing all the work to create that content. And then the last element here is the perception of interaction with others. I actually take issue with that statement. I don't think it is as black and white. So there are definitely times and individuals who are going to engage in social media and not be actively interacting, either because they're not responsive to feedback, to responses, or because all they want to do is put out their perspective into the world and not engage otherwise. And so in that sense, that person would have a perception of interacting with others when they're not actually interacting. However, the research shows that's very much the minority. Most people want to engage in conversation, or responding with photos, or, you know, some type of conversation. It doesn't have to be verbal necessarily. And I would argue that that's not a perception of interaction with others. That is an actual interaction, whether it's asynchronous or live. And then the second definition, I think, added to the Carr and Hayes definition, really helps us think coherently about all of the elements of social media and why it's so engaging for us. And so this definition considers social media an online space for community interaction and exchange of user-generated content. So again, we have that concept of user-generated content. The companies create the platform and the opportunity, and then we as the user create the content. But here the piece about community interaction is really critical and ties back to that perception element that we were just talking about, except it really builds in the necessary language of community. Social media is a place of community, for better and for worse. One of the unique things about social media, and that the internet brought at large, is this ability to find your people, quote unquote, to find the mermaid sewers, to find the skateboarders looking to go to an incredible country, to find the parents who can't bear to listen to Elmo's song one more time and want to find another helpful song for their toddler. So all these engagements are really building a community. And you can take that community at different levels. You can build in that community to become real deep friendships. You can use community just for ideas, suggestions, feedback. And so we'll talk about that a little bit more, but I just want to ground everybody in these two definitions. And I would love to hear in the chat if people feel like there's still something missing, even when we combine these two. Okay, and then before we move into more details, I really want us to understand and take a moment to recognize that social media is a tool, but we have agency. We decide how we want to use it. And that's not to negate that it is enticing and addictive in certain ways. That's very much the case. But we do have agency, and we can really think about how we want to fit social media into our lives and how we want to curate it, especially because it's not going away. And so it's on us, truly, to make it work within our lives, hopefully as a support rather than a hindrance. Okay, let's just do a brief history lesson. Maybe some of you remember classmates.com from 1995. I do not, but it's just so incredible to think about where it started, right? Looking for lost classmates to where it has gone today. So classmates.com, 1995, 2003, LinkedIn and MySpace. I did not realize prior to doing this research professionally that LinkedIn was pre-Facebook, or now Meta. So that was really interesting. And then we get on to Instagram and Snapchat, and then Twitter, or today's X, and then finally TikTok has been the last sort of big boom. We'll talk about this later, but it's interesting to consider, and this is not holistic, of course, YouTube, and there are other channels as well, but it's interesting to consider that a lot of the visual social media platforms, so Instagram, the Snapchat, the TikTok, have been the most sort of pervasive recently, and especially for those who identify as female. Okay, I'm sure none of these stats will surprise you, and I specifically did not want to throw out 1,700 stats, but I just thought these would really help set the foundation. So Facebook has around 3 billion monthly active users as of the beginning of 2024, and TikTok has about 1.8 billion. And thinking about how much earlier Facebook was created than TikTok, I'm very confident TikTok will get to Facebook status pretty soon. And 95% of US teens use social media. Again, I'm sure we're all wondering, what about that other 5? Pretty sure they use it too. So we might be getting to 100%, but the research shows 95%. And then 40% of kids ages 8 through 12 use social media. Now, this stat is really questionable because social media platforms are not allowed to open themselves to people under age 13. And yet, we know that those under 13 are very much on those platforms. They're simply giving a different date of birth. So, and social media platforms do that for a very specific reason. There are a lot of laws that come into effect if you are working with people, if you are engaging with users who are below age 13. And so it's really difficult to get solid research on the below 13 age group because the social media platforms say that we don't have any users of that age, so we don't have any data to give you. And children might not want to be disclosing to their parents that they're using social media, but I think everyone walking around knows that we certainly have younger users. Okay, so as I said, as I promised, I will not go into the numerous details and negative impacts of social media, from sexual exploitation to cyberbullying, but I will just touch on them very briefly. So from a mental health perspective, social media use has definitely been associated with higher rates of depression, anxiety, self-harm, and suicide, mostly suicide attempts, but of course some unfortunately complete suicide. What's really interesting about this stat and the one on vulnerable groups, which I'll skip to now, is that it's a double-edged sword. So the same way that social media has shown to have really negative impacts in increasing the rates of these mental health conditions, and for particular groups, it's also been shown to significantly help those people with those conditions. So we'll have to dig into that a little bit more. Jumping to the vulnerable groups, year over year, girls, as I meant, or those who identify as female, LGBTQI, and those with disabilities and racial and ethnic minorities experience the most negative incidents on social media. That doesn't surprise us, right? That's just more instances of big and large isms occurring. And yet, specifically for the LGBTQI group, there's been a ton of research showing that social media has actually created a space where they can be themselves, where they feel like they can be accepted. And so I'm gonna talk about that a little bit more. When we want to dig into why those who identify as female have particularly negative associations with social media, the research actually shows that, and this is not true of every single person who identifies as female, but typically those who identify as female are engaging more with video-based social media, image-based social media, so more of the Instagrams, more of the TikTok photos, which triggers the brain to compare and to engage in more copycat behaviors, whereas they found those who identify as male generally, not everyone, but generally tend to do more multiplayer games, to have live engagement in those games. And so it's more actively social versus asynchronously comparative. Okay, and then cyberbullying, just to pop up to that second bullet. So cyberbullying is rampant, we know, and it's rampant for teens and tweens, though again, our understanding of tween cyberbullying is less robust. So I'm sure you've all heard people are threatened, harassed, and explicit images doxed on social media. And then finally, the physical health concerns, and that's oftentimes a result of doom scrolling or sitting physically instead of being outdoors engaging in anything. So that can have really negative implications on our physical health and our ability to sleep, and actually causes cognitive and neurological changes. So there's that. All right, now before we talk about what social media is actually doing for us, I want to talk about the opportunities that social media offers to us. So there's an element of self-directed learning, which is really important especially for teens and those finding their own personhood, and being proactive in, what do I want to learn about? Do I want to talk to this person who's experienced something like this, or do I want to go into this micro community about those who collect coins from, the 1500s in Turkey? Building community is hugely important. Finding people like you, feeling less alone, feeling less confused perhaps about your sexuality, is really important. Civic engagement is actually a really special opportunity on social media. When you're younger, you often don't have as many opportunities, or aren't aware of as many opportunities to exercise your civic opportunity, your voice. And being able to sign a petition and then blast it on social media can definitely have negative implications. We know about fake news and misinformation spreading, especially regarding COVID and politics. And yet there is a real opportunity here to help the next generation and our generations become more civically engaged. You can enhance self-expression. Again, I'm going to beat this to death, but you can sew that mermaid tail and wear it in every social media image you want to post, which is pretty rare to be able to just be yourself. Often schools have specific rules or internships, and so this is an opportunity for you to present yourself, self-present. And then you can also encourage and experience encouragement towards help-seeking behaviors. So a lot of times the research has shown that people will say things like, I can't get out of bed, I just feel sad all the time, I can barely speak, it's hard for me to think. And someone might pop in and say, hey, those are pretty common symptoms and signs of depression. It might be worth it to go on Psychology Today, or ask a parent to help you find a therapist or someone to talk to. It's sort of that first baby step. Some might say, a therapist, I don't need a therapist, like that's ridiculous. But you planted the seed, and then the person might say, okay, well, I've experienced that before, and here are some other things that I did that were helpful. And then finally, delivering that mental health support, like that just tiny example that I just gave, but more so at scale. And I'm going to give an example that really happened at scale that was much more successful than a lot of other mental health interventions. Okay, now SAMHSA and the Psychological Institute would want me to, the American Psychological Association, would want me to lay out the ground rules to say that we cannot exploit social media for good. We cannot benefit from social media unless we have this base of digital literacy and digital competency. And a lot of these we know, but I'm actually going to ask you guys to put on a CBT hat, which is cognitive behavioral therapy. And one of the key principles of cognitive behavioral therapy is to question, is this true? Is my thought accurate? And if I think it's accurate, how do I know? What makes me think that? What is the proof? And okay, there's proof, it is accurate. Now, does that thought help me? And so if it's true, but it doesn't help me, then depending on the situation, I would argue not to engage with that thought more. And so when you are an adult and you believe that you can look at something and say, oh yeah, that was photoshopped, or oh yeah, that was airbrushed, or, you know, that news article is fake, it has a ridiculous logo. Yeah, we can do that. Younger generations can't necessarily do that, aren't overtly aware that they need to be doing that. But even us, oftentimes when you see something so often, it just burrows into your brain. And so I really need to put my CBT hat on when I'm on LinkedIn and thinking, oh my gosh, this person speaks at every big conference and they do this and they do that, and that comparison voice starts coming into my head, and I'll say, is that true? Or are they posting the things that they're proud of, and therefore framing their presentation of the self in that particular way? We also want to be recognizing tactics. So the spread of misinformation with COVID, oftentimes we can tell by the type of person posting and what other comments. But even if we can't, do your research, which is, I know, an obvious thing to say, but also important to say. If something, if you read something and it seems like it's making you very angry or very excited or any strong reaction, I would check my facts. Which is also why I say remain alert, because you might not realize that it is taking more of your time than you would like it to take. And so just being mindful for yourself and those you care about. And then these last three, engaging in conflict resolution. Social media can almost be like driving in that it can bring out the worst in people, and people can get extremely aggressive. You might find yourself getting extremely aggressive and angry. And that's, of course, easy for me to say to dial it back, but that's when you go into social media, if you see that you have that tendency in yourself, that's the moment to say, okay, hey, let me think about what conflict resolution skills I want to engage in now, or do I want to take a step back and curate my social media feed so that I'm not engaging with this type of content? Use critical thinking, that's that CBT-like thinking that I was mentioning, and then also identify structural racism. So in 2023, there was a big issue at Etsy where they found that makers of color were not getting premier posting and viewership as much as others, typically white creators, and there was a similar allegation at TikTok. And so if you consistently notice that you are seeing the same types of people, make note of that mentally and recognize that that is an algorithm, and that is benefiting some to the detriment of others. Not saying do anything, but mentally just make a note. Okay, this is the meat. So we can exploit social media to improve mental health. I'm not saying it's easy or that that's what social media was created for, but nevertheless, we can use that for our purposes. There's a ton of research that has shown that mental health has been destigmatized over the years, especially since the pandemic, when the rates of mental health conditions for youth, but also for the average person, skyrocketed. And social media is one of those places that we can destigmatize, that we can express ourselves. A really wonderful example here is something called ChatSafe. It's also called Origin, where this was an evidence-informed guideline to help people speak about suicidal thoughts, suicidal behaviors, and losing people to suicide in a way that was not triggering, did not induce copycat behaviors. And so if you're interested, I would really go to Origin, Orygen, and look at what they've set up. It's been incredibly successful, and what's important is that it actually sets up these guardrails that typical media has had for years that have just not evolved in social media. And then the other successful example that I wanted to highlight today is something called a single session intervention, SSI. So I would poll everyone. How many sessions do you think is a typical amount of sessions that someone engages in therapy, who seeks out therapy, not mandated? So we'll see what you have to say, but the answer is 1. Most people do not come back. And we could dig into that another time, but single session interventions are so critical because they address the reality that most people do not come back. They also meet people where they are, which is on social media. And so this is an example of an embedded SSI on Tumblr, and it was found to significantly reduce feelings of hopelessness and self-hate, and increase motivation to reduce self-harming behaviors, which is critical, and the participation and completion rates were far higher than typical interventions. In the references section, you will be able to see that, and it's just a very, very cool study. Last huge benefit that social media can offer us is quick access to diverse populations for research purposes. Okay, now teens and tweens. I'm going to go sort of quickly through this. We all know that teenagerhood and tweendom is a critical time for identity formation, and that social media appeals to them, right? It's their time to self-present, to create an independent identity, but they're less aware of risks, and they may make decisions that won't serve them in the future. So that's on the negative. On the positive, they're actually taking incredibly thoughtful steps to protect themselves in certain ways. So 81% of teens with moderate to severe symptoms of depression are actively curating their social media feed. That means they're blocking. That means they're making sure that what they see is helpful to them. And then people of color at the highest amount, but even more than 50% of white teens have actively taken a break from social media because they found that it was impinging on their mental health. Okay, so we talked about some of the negative effects of social media hitting hardest for marginalized groups, and yet we have other stats that say that it is specifically supportive, especially for groups like the LGBTQI community, those who identify as Black. And then this last bullet, where those who identify as Black and then those who identify as Hispanic find social media particularly useful to help them access academic and professional opportunities. Now, that is critical, because if you don't hear about an opportunity, there is no way you can put yourself forward. There is no way you can access it. So as almost a news organization, social media is really important for these largely marginalized or historically marginalized groups. Okay, and then with kids younger than tweendom, you want to monitor and limit usage. You want to be a guide. Really say to them, hey, sometimes when I'm on social media, things make me angry, or things make me scared, or things make me laugh so hard I could cry. I want to hear about those things that when you're coming across them. I want to understand what's confusing to you, what's bringing out these different feelings, and really let your, in this case, child, know that you want to help them, you want to guide them. And it's great to talk to them about this when they're in their pre-tween or early tweendom, when they still actually care what you have to say and what you think. All right, I'm not going to go through this whole list, but there are a few I just wanted to call out specifically. So it's really important to tell kids that they need to and can block or report unwanted content. So we want them to be curating. That's an expectation that we have. Another element is that we want them to focus on building deeper connections with people they know on social media, rather than engaging with strangers or people they don't know. That increases safety. That also helps ensure that social media is a time of connection and learning and growth, versus putting them in potential harm's way. The others are true as well, but I'm just not going to dig into it. All right, whose job is it to reorient social media so that it's solely wonderful and helpful for our mental health? Government? Well, in 2024, the U.S. Surgeon General did ask that we put warning labels on social media, similar to what we do for cigarettes. I don't think that there was a real expectation that that would happen, but I think it was more a symbol of how concerned he is about the implications of social media without that social media literacy and competency. But no major federal action has been taken since the 1998 COPA law. From a state's perspective, California has been leading, putting forward a law that is currently being fought in the courts, because it does make these social media companies more responsible for ensuring the safety and security of minors on their platforms and not sharing their data. Social media companies, it's a business, it's a free market. They want to profit as much as possible, and they will and have put in some measures of safety, but I don't think that we can rely on them. So that leaves us. Yep, it's up to us to curate our own feeds, to think through how we want to engage in social media, and to help build that safe space for people to talk about mental health, to support each other, to build community. So curate your experience. Thank you all for listening to that, and I'd love to, get any feedback or have follow-up questions.
Thank you, Carly, and thank you for sharing all that great information. I've learned so much about what social media is. I want to thank our audience for joining today's session. And before we move on to our next session, I just have a couple of quick final notes. We'd really love your feedback, and there are a few ways you can share your thoughts. You can use the star icons that are located below the session title to give feedback about this session. I know Carly has a QR code that you'll see on the screen where you can share some feedback about her presentation. And then lastly, be on the lookout for our post-event survey, where we'll ask you for even more feedback about the entirety of today's event. As a reminder, in that email that you receive, you'll get access to the recordings of all of today's sessions, which will be available sometime next week. So feel free to pop back in and rewatch this session. Next up is our session titled Thriving Through Menopause, Strategies for Wellbeing, which will kick off at 2:15 Eastern Time. So with that, we hope you stay tuned and have a fantastic day.
Welcome to Thriving Through Menopause, Strategies for Wellbeing, presented by Carrot. My name is Andrea Davis, Director of Wellbeing from Alera Group, and I'll be facilitating today's session. Just a quick housekeeping note before we get into our content. On the right-hand side of your screen, you'll find options to share your thoughts and comments in the chat. These sessions are designed to be interactive, so we encourage you to interact with other participants and our speakers. Now, I'd love to introduce today's speakers. Joining us for this session are Jackie Siebert and Gina Watts. Jackie is an RN medical expert, and Gina Watts is Director of Consultant Relations. Both are with Carrot. Jackie is a dedicated RN medical expert at Carrot Fertility, bringing a wealth of experience and expertise in nursing and healthcare. She earned her Bachelor of Arts in Social Work from Salisbury University and her Associate of Science in Registered Nursing, Nursing Administration, Nursing Research, and Clinical Nursing from Anne Arundel Community College. At Carrot Fertility, she provides exceptional support and guidance to clients, drawing on her extensive background in both social work and nursing to ensure holistic and compassionate care. Gina serves as the liaison and partner manager for Alera Group at Carrot, where she focuses on expanding the reach and impact of Carrot's innovative fertility benefit solution. Her commitment to women's health, support for families, and family building, combined with her collaborative spirit, drives her to contribute to Carrot's growth and vision. Let's turn it over to Jackie and Gina.
Thank you so much for the warm introduction, Andrea, and thank you everyone today for joining our session. We are the Carrot team. I am Gina, and my wonderful teammate Jackie will be leading the presentation today, sharing everything that is helpful to know about menopause. And I'll turn it over to you, Jackie, to say hello as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hello again. My name is Jackie. I'm a registered nurse here with Carrot, and I am also certified by the Menopause Society. So we will get started here talking about menopause. So menopause 101, let's begin talking about what exactly menopause is. So know that menopause begins when ovaries stop producing follicles and the menstrual cycle stops. It's a diagnosis that is made looking back at the last menstrual period. Once menstruation has ceased for 12 continuous months, this is called menopause. The time after that is often referred to as postmenopause, but truly menopause never stops. Menopause marks the end of the reproductive years and is associated with a significant decrease in estrogen, which often leads to symptoms in most people. Menopause can occur naturally or happen due to medical therapies, including surgical removal of ovaries, treatment of cancers, or even genetic conditions. Let's talk about what perimenopause is. That's the time before menopause. So the decrease in estrogen starts well before menopause. In most cases, it's again called perimenopause. Officially, this is the beginning of the period when the ovaries become less responsive to producing those follicles, resulting in lower estrogen production. Perimenopause can go on for several years, and the timing is very variable for each individual. During this time, hormone levels can fluctuate significantly as well, which is why lab testing is not very useful in understanding symptoms. We next talk about, how does low estrogen affect the body? Estrogen deficiency can affect many parts of the body, including bones like osteoporosis, your heart causing heart disease, your vascular system possibly leading to a stroke, as well as your brain causing mood changes and possibly dementia. When people think of menopause symptoms, hot flashes always come to mind, but there are many other symptoms that aren't always as commonly known. So let's take a moment to speak about those. The first one being mental health symptoms, mood symptoms, memory, concentration issues. The second being physical symptoms such as hot flashes, night sweats, sleep disturbances, vaginal dryness, pain or itching, palpitations, headaches, muscle aches, body weight redistribution, decreased sex drive, and bladder problems. It's important always to talk to a menopause specialist regarding your symptoms, as there's a variety of treatment options available. So let's talk about some of those treatment options. Know that treatments depend on the symptom being treated. Lifestyle adjustments and symptom control are often the first line, particularly with symptoms such as hot flashes, such as cooling strategies, wearing layers. Lubricants and moisturizers can be used for vaginal dryness. We'll talk about some medical options that may be offered. There is hormone therapy, which is common, such as estrogen therapy. This is the most effective treatment option for relieving menopausal symptoms, including hot flashes. Therapy options include oral medications, patches, implants, vaginal creams, vaginal tablets, and vaginal rings. Depending on your personal and family medical history and the symptoms that you're having, your provider may recommend one form of estrogen over another. Know that hormone therapy is generally given in the lowest dose to meet treatment needs and for the shortest time frame needed to provide symptom relief. If the uterus is still present, a progesterone will need to be prescribed in addition to estrogen. That is to protect the endometrial lining. There are also non-hormonal options, and they exist for people that are unable to take hormone therapy. Make sure you review all the risks and benefits of medications which your providers prescribe and ensure that there are no contraindications. That goes along with any potential supplements that you may try to take. It's always best to speak to a provider before starting something new. Moving on about how does menopause impact relationships, both platonic as well as romantic. During a romantic relationship in menopause, sexual concerns are common and create stress. These issues emerge for several reasons, such as diminished hormones, but other subtle psychological factors are at play as well. If someone is suffering from anxiety or depression, sexual desire may lessen. It's also worth noting that medication used to treat anxiety and depression can also impact desire as well as inhibit orgasm. Many people are not comfortable talking about sex, but it is a crucial aspect of being in a sexual relationship. It's essential to talk openly and respectfully to find solutions to the problem. Other factors can be poor self-esteem or poor body image due to bodily changes at this time. Always keep those in mind and just have open lines of communication. With platonic relationships, it's important again to have open communication and be aware of what is going on and how it may be affecting you. Talking and expressing feelings and concerns can help. So we'll talk about some, final takeaways at this point. So know that, normalizing menopause, you're not alone. Menopause is a natural process that represents a significant life transition. Some people have no symptoms, but most people will experience some symptoms, and that's normal. Although these symptoms sometimes can be bothersome and perhaps create anxiety, it's important to acknowledge the lack of control. Some people find it difficult to experience physical changes to their body that are beyond their control, and for some, experiencing menopausal changes may be anxiety provoking. And it's important to remember that menopause is a natural process and nothing to be fearful of, and know that providers are there to help you and discuss treatment. People have different reactions at this time, some positive, some negative. It's important to remember you're not alone again, and that there are providers who specialize in caring for menopausal patients. So find support, both medical as well as emotional. This can be important in creating the best opportunity for this time in your life and making it a positive change and with growth rather than something that can be feared or dreaded. So everybody asks, what happens after menopause? So once menopause occurs, nothing can reverse this. There is no prevention of menopause. The good news is that in most cases, symptoms such as hot flashes will improve the further one gets into menopause. But symptoms such as vaginal dryness unfortunately do not improve and can actually worsen without therapy. So having a provider that you see regularly to reassess your needs is very important. Another question that comes up at time to time is how someone can manage their menopause symptoms at work. An interesting Mayo Clinic study was recently released, and the New York Times has also been running a series of articles on menopause. I mention this because I think it's always good to see press about menopause. For people whose symptoms are impacting their job performance, some steps they recommend taking, including in an ideal world, employees would be comfortable talking to their managers if symptoms affect their ability to work. We do know that this is not always the case. We see this from a range of health issues. This is not unique to menopause. And we want to say that this is where your colleagues in HR and employee relations are important. Get involved in a formal or informal support group for people with menopausal symptoms, advocating your needs, breaking taboos, and helping your other colleagues better understand menopause. It can be very empowering. And lastly, consult healthcare providers about treatment options again and coping strategies. So, what role does diet and exercise play in managing menopause symptoms? Overall, health is important for diet and exercise. So lifestyle changes as improving diet and exercise are pivotal in managing menopause symptoms as well. Maintaining a healthy weight, though recommended diet and exercise has been shown to reduce hot flashes. People who are overweight have been shown to have higher frequency of hot flashes. The Mediterranean diet and DASH diet are recommended during this stage of life. Exercise can also act as a stress reliever, which is important because stress impacts both physical as well as emotional symptoms. Stress has been shown to increase the frequency and severity of hot flashes. Exercise is also essential for bone health. So now we're just going to pivot to some talk about nutrition and potentially supplements that may be needed. We talked about some treatments that are used. There are a few things that may help with cooling strategies that you could look into, such as the Ember Wave 2 device. That is a wearable wristband that you could purchase online that sends electrical impulses to temperature regulate. That may be something to look into if you are experiencing hot flashes. Wearing layers is always a good strategy as well, because you're able to add things if you have a cold reflective chill after a hot flash, or then take things off if you are experiencing the warmth. Again, lubricants and moisturizers are best for genital dryness. On to supplements that may be recommended. Know that supplements for menopause are widely advertised and booming business. Unfortunately, there's not as many regulations on supplements as there are for prescription medications. Research on supplements is also limited for many reasons. Make sure that your provider is aware of any supplements that you are taking, as they can interfere with prescription medications as well as carry side effects that need to be monitored for. On to special things about nutrition. We talked about that Mediterranean and DASH diet, but the American diet is typically fairly low at around 3 milligrams of phytoestrogens per day, whereas the Asian diet is quite high at 20 to 50 milligrams of phytoestrogens per day, which may explain why there appears to be less reported menopause-related symptoms among Asian women. Soy isoflavones are considered to be about a third as effective as estrogen therapy. While isoflavones are found in other plants, such as red clover, soy is deemed the most effective source. Here are some good ways to possibly incorporate some soy-based phytoestrogens into your diet. Certain things such as miso, tempeh, dry roasted soybeans, edamame, tofu yogurt. So people going through menopause often have an increased prevalence of cardiovascular disease, obesity, bone loss, and other health issues. Research has shown that diets that include whole foods, plant-based meals, calcium, and soy-rich foods can reduce those risks. Some particular serving sizes, for example, miso, a half cup serving, is going to give you about 57 milligrams of the isoflavones. Tempeh raw, 3 ounces, is going to give you about 51.5 milligrams. Tempeh cooked does cut down to about 30.3 milligrams. Soybeans dry roasted, 1 ounce, equates to about 41.6 milligrams. Tofu yogurt, half a cup, is about 21.3 milligrams. Tofu soft, 3 ounces, is about 19.2 milligrams. Again, soybeans green and boiled, which is edamame, a half a cup shelled, is about 16.1 milligrams. And lastly, meatless soy sausage, 3 links, for example, is about 10.8 milligrams. So these are some great ways to potentially incorporate some soy into your diet potentially. Thank you. We will now move on to some of our Q&A.
That was so helpful, Jackie, and I feel like I just learned so much personally. I don't know if my camera showing up and showing my face. So I'm like shocked by some of the things that I'm learning. And thank you so much for sharing. So next we're going to kick into a Q&A session. We've had a few questions submitted prior to the conversation that we're having today. And so we're going to start there whilst also keeping our chat open. So please be sure to ask any of your non-personal clinical questions in the chat there. So, Jackie, what's the best way to combat brain fog and difficulty with concentration?
Sure. No, that's a great question and asked quite often. So the best way to combat brain fog and difficulty concentrating during the perimenopause, menopause journey is really a combination of sleep things. So getting enough sleep is overall so important during this journey. 7 to 9 hours each night is ideal, as well as having good sleep hygiene, which really revolves around daily habits, around a sleep routine. Next, exercise. This helps with many symptoms, as I spoke about earlier, including brain fog. Physical activity increases blood flow, again, helping mental clarity. Reducing stress by practicing yoga, doing meditation, deep breathing exercises are just some examples to help stress reduction. Eating a healthy, balanced diet. Again, the Mediterranean diet is supportive of this. Considering HRT or hormone replacement therapy if you are a candidate, as it definitely can help with brain health. So exercising your brain may help by reading, doing crossword puzzles, learning a new activity. And lastly, talking to your provider to see if any dietary supplements are recommended and talk about treating any underlying conditions such as depression or mood issues. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really helpful. Some really good advice there. Helpful for both menopause and as somebody who's not currently in menopause, I feel like they're all well taken advice points from me too. So next question. I had a partial hysterectomy at age 25, but was able to keep my ovaries. How can I tell when menopause starts since I haven't had a menstrual cycle in 19 years?
Sure. No, another wonderful question. So really the best way to diagnose menopause is typically the absence of a menstrual cycle for 12 months. But being that you have not had a cycle in 19 years due to your surgery, your provider may or may not want to draw hormone levels. But typically they will mainly just treat symptoms. So it's important to keep a journal about what you're experiencing and have an open conversation so all of your concerns can be addressed. As we spoke earlier in this presentation, perimenopause can last many years before the ovaries stop producing much estrogen, but you can still experience many symptoms during this time. So always speak up and speak to your provider about the symptoms that you're having. Thank you.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you. So next question for you, Jackie. how do you know you're in menopause? Should a person with ovaries have their primary doctor do a test?
Sure. So I've spoken about this before, but again, menopause is a diagnosis that centers around that menstrual cycle. So once menstruation has ceased for a continuous 12 months, that is called menopause. Testing is typically not recommended unless there's extenuating circumstances, such as a prior hysterectomy or another reason while relying on a menstrual cycle would not work for that individual. Because hormone levels are constantly fluctuating during this time, that's typically why, they are not drawing hormone levels. Any person experiencing symptoms associated with menopause or perimenopause should be evaluated by a provider experienced in that area of care. Labs in the perimenopause phase, again, can be unreliable, and therefore symptomatic therapy is always the hallmark of care.
Great. Next one for you. How early can somebody experience menopause?
Sure. So know that differs depending on the individual, and the perimenopause time period can be anywhere from a few years to even 10 years before menopause itself. You can experience symptoms even when you're getting regular menstrual cycles. So I always told patients, you know your body best. So always just speak up and have these open conversations with your provider so you are getting the best care and treatment during this time.
Great. Next question for you. I eat a plant-based healthy diet, exercise daily, and still gain 15 pounds, mainly around my stomach during menopause. What can I do?
Sure. Great question. Also, another common question, unfortunately, because weight gain around that midsection is very common. So know that weight gain during menopause is definitely a common concern, and many, though not all, experience changes in weight and body composition during this time. Changes in your body can also be attributed to aging in general or genetics. During perimenopause, you may see accumulating fat in the stomach more than thighs because of estrogen decreases. Fat shifts in your body just as it did during puberty when estrogen increased. Adding lean protein, beans, tofu, fish, olive oil, fruits, and vegetables to your diet, as well as limiting saturated fats and processed foods can help. So with weight management during that time, as well as improve overall health, hormone therapy may result in some return to baseline as well. And so the distribution of weight, but is not usually associated with weight loss. Hormone therapy is associated with the improvement of sleep quality, and this improvement in sleep may also be associated with the improvement in the ability to lose weight through increased exercise and a healthy diet. As you get older, it can be harder to stay active, but regular exercise can help with symptom management by regulating your weight, which can be connected to more severe symptoms. One study found that women who were sedentary, meaning that they exercised fewer than 3 times a week, were 28% more likely to report having severe menopause symptoms than those who exercised more. So physical activity goes hand in hand with nutrition as well. It's vital to prioritize this during this time frame to feel good and stay healthy. Exercise doesn't have to be going to the gym. You can take, a parking spot further away, requiring you just to walk a few extra steps each day. A little goes a long way. Again, supplements for menopause are widely advertised in a booming business. Unfortunately, there aren't many regulations on these supplements as there are for prescription medications, and research on supplements is also limited for many reasons. While there isn't always good data to support the use of supplements, even a placebo, which is a sugar pill, can have an effect to generate some relief of symptoms 30% of the time, surprisingly. Thank you, Gina, for that question.
So, next question for you, Jackie. How does society's perception of menopause affect women's experiences of it?
Sure. Great question. It seems that in the past, there's been a taboo, if you will, around menopause and the way women experience it. Many doctors today will brush off patients' symptoms as normal aging and try not to address them because either they don't feel comfortable prescribing certain medications or recommending the appropriate treatment plans. It's hard to say the exact reason, but still know that there are providers who are certified by the Menopause Society that can help and have the latest research to address and treat each patient's symptoms appropriately. So always advocate for yourself. Thank you, Gina. Great question.
Great. And next one for you. How does menopause intersect with other health conditions such as osteoporosis and cardiovascular disease?
Great question. As estrogen decreases during and after menopause, your bones begin to lose structure more quickly than they can rebuild, which can then create a risk factor for osteoporosis, a condition in which bones weaken and are more likely to fracture. Lifestyle behaviors that are most important to protect your bones include not smoking, eating a healthy diet low in fat, high in fiber, and low in alcohol. Again, getting enough calcium and vitamin D and maintaining a healthy weight is best for your bones and will reduce the risk of chronic injury and pain. Lastly, doing weight-bearing exercises such as walking, jogging, dancing. These can also improve your bone health, heart health, and balance, which will decrease your risk of falls. A DEXA scan is an essential test for our baseline bone mineral density test. It's painless and so easy. So if you haven't had one, ask your doctor to schedule one to see what your risk is for osteoporosis. Regarding cardiovascular health, while some risk factors such as genetics cannot be changed, others can be controlled or modified to create a more heart-healthy lifestyle, like not smoking, controlling your blood pressure, cholesterol, triglycerides, exercise, and improved nutrition such as the Mediterranean diet, fruits, vegetables, herbs, nuts, beans, whole grains, seafood, moderate amounts of dairy, poultry, and eggs, while red meat is limited. And the DASH diet, which is fruits, vegetables, whole grains, fat-free or low-fat dairy, poultry, beans, nuts, seeds, and vegetable oils, limiting fatty meats, sweets, and sodium intake. These can also help. Good oral hygiene is essential during this time, as well as gum disease increases the risk for heart disease, and tooth loss can be a sign of underlying bone disease, such as osteoporosis. So keep going to your dentist every 6 months for a cleaning.
Wow, that's super, super interesting. So next question, should I continue to take birth control throughout perimenopause?
Sure, Gina, great question. And a lot of people think as their cycles become irregular that they may not be ovulating or they can't become pregnant. If you are sexually active, it is important to use some type of birth control during this time frame. And I will say a lot of doctors even use a birth control pill at times, or even an IUD that's medicated to help kind of quell some of these perimenopause symptoms in the beginning. It may not treat them all, but it kind of works as double duty, if you will, because even though you may not be having regular menstrual cycles, you definitely can still ovulate. You know, women can carry babies. Our uteruses don't age as quickly as our ovaries do. So always use some type of protection. We can have breakthrough ovulation when you didn't expect it. So you don't want a surprise if you're not looking to potentially conceive.
Right. That's a great point. I think the story goes that my dad was conceived during that period for my grandma. So happy that no birth control is available for her at that point, because I probably wouldn't be here if not. But super, super helpful to know for women as we watch out for our own health and family creation during now. So next question for you, how do I find a practitioner?
Sure. So as I spoke about just a little while ago, so usually your OBGYN should be able to address your symptoms if you have an OBGYN, sometimes even your primary care. Unfortunately, I see more times than not, a lot of these practitioners are not feeling comfortable or wanting to, address concerns that patients are having, whether it be discomfort and not knowing the latest research, or just saying that it is normal aging, as it is normal aging, but you should be able to go through this with grace and have treatment for your symptoms. With that being said, if you're having a hard time finding or getting help from your usual practitioners, the Menopause Society, used to be the North American Menopause Society, is a great website and resource where you can look up practitioners that are certified by them that do have the latest research available and will be able to help you with your care. Otherwise, it may be useful to potentially ask friends, family members, if you're comfortable, maybe going online, asking in group settings if someone has had a good experience with a doctor, whether it be an OBGYN or primary care, or even an endocrinologist can treat symptoms. But it's really finding a good match. And I think a menopause specialist would be a perfect match. But if that's not available, like I said, an OBGYN, primary care, or an endocrinologist can help treat these symptoms.
Earlier, you touched on how helpful exercise can be and even how helpful walking can be on its own. Can you share some other types of exercises that can be useful for women who are going through perimenopause or are in menopause?
Sure. So movement in general, just any kind of extra movements is better than nothing. So whether it be getting in a pool, now that we're in summertime months, I know it's, coming to a close, but if you're able to get in a pool, indoor pools in the fall and winter, moving, you don't have to be swimming, you're doing weight bearing if you're moving in a pool, and that's great on your joints. So if you have any injuries, that's helpful. You're able to do that potentially in water. Yoga. It doesn't have to be all of the crazy stretches. You can start at the beginning stage, keeping your body flexible during this time. You're just going to feel better all over. Any kind of physical activity, dancing, if you want to turn on the radio and just dance around your house while you're cleaning, anything again is better than nothing. Tai Chi. I know it sounds silly, but it helps with, you're moving, you're not moving very fast, but it also helps with balance during this time frame. So look into a couple of those and see if they wouldn't be helpful. But just keeping exercise fun is really the key to continuing to do it.
It's so true. I do find that something as simple as dancing puts me in such a great mood that I spend 10 minutes and I'm like, oh, and I have a sweat and I feel great for my day. So super, 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 super true. Another question for you. What age do women typically go through menopause and perimenopause?
Sure. So perimenopause can start as early as your 30s, but it usually starts in your 40s. There are some outside cases where people have, issues in their early 20s. Those are typically something genetic that's causing that. And so usually you may see it in your mid to late 30s, start experiencing those symptoms. But typically you're looking at your 40s at some point to start feeling those symptoms, even if you're having regular menstrual cycles. I always tell members and patients that, you know your body best. So always reach out to a provider if something is changing.
Thank you so much for answering all these questions. This has been an amazing session, and I greatly appreciate all of your information, Jackie, and for those who are participating as viewers today, for taking the time to learn more with us. And of course, going through menopause, you can feel fully out of control, and we're really happy to be able to provide support here and helping you to empower yourself with knowledge and resources and steps to be taking along the way. So again, continuing to answer Q&A here, and thank you again for taking the time to be with us today.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jackie and Gina, and thank you to all of you for joining for today's session. We hope you join us for our next session, which is called Your Expert Guide to Low Back Pain Relief, which is brought to you by Sword Health and will start at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. See you soon.
Welcome to the 2024 Alera Group Employee Wellbeing Fair. We are so glad you can join us today. My name is Julie Wolf, Director of Wellbeing with Alera Group, and I will be your facilitator for this session. Just a quick housekeeping note before we jump into today's content. On the right-hand side of your screen, you will find options to share your thoughts and comments in the chat or submit questions to our speaker through the Q&A box. These sessions are designed to be interactive, so we encourage you to interact with other participants and our presenter. Without further ado, let me introduce today's session and presenter. Our next session is Your Expert Guide to Low Back Pain Relief and is brought to you by Sword Health. Joining us today is Dr. Sebastian Stoltzfus. Dr. Stoltzfus is a clinical specialist at Sword Health. He earned his doctorate in physical therapy from the University of New England in Portland, Maine. He served as a physical therapist and lead clinical educator at UT Southwestern in Dallas for 7 years before joining Sword. Sebastian has also shared his expertise as a guest lecturer in the physical therapy programs of the UT Southwestern and Oklahoma City University. Dr. Stoltzfus, I would turn it over to you.
Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate that. My name's Sebastian, and I'm one of the physical therapists who works with Sword Health. We're a digital physical therapy company, and the most common reason that people enroll in our program is for low back pain. So today I wanted to talk about that. It's an extremely common symptom to experience in life, and so wanted to give some guidance on the topic, and hope you all find it useful. So the agenda for today is just to discuss, first, what is low back pain? I want to ask some honest questions about low back pain and hopefully offer some honest solutions to low back pain. I'll briefly discuss the Thrive solution, and then we'll end with some question and answer at the end. So first question, what is low back pain? Sounds simple, pain in your low back, but there's a huge variety of symptoms that people experience they would describe as low back pain. Some people describe it as stiffness and aching. Other people experience numbness. But when we're talking about low back pain, sometimes people will call that lumbar pain. That's just the region of your back, in your low back. That's an area which is just very prone to developing pain. Like I said, it's the most common reason that people enroll in our program. It's the most common reason that people seek physical therapy in general, and it's the largest contributor to disability in the United States. Some people will also experience pain symptoms that go down their legs and they're radiate to other places. So there's a variety of causes for low back pain. There's a variety of patient experiences with low back pain. And so it's not one thing in specific, but there's a variety of ways to describe it. But however it's described, extremely common thing that many people experience. So up to 80% of the population experiences low back pain at some point in their lives. And every year, 50% of all working adults report having back pain symptoms at some points. In preparation for this, I was reading some studies trying to estimate the economic cost of low back pain. And I found some ranging from, in the United States, saying $80 billion a year, others saying $300 billion a year. It's a massive cost. And it, of course, depends what you take into consideration, not only for the medical visits and the imaging and the treatments involved, but also for missed work, missed productivity, and lost ability to contribute in ways that are most meaningful to you. So one thing that is interesting about that is it might seem like a scary thing that, such a vast majority of people experience low back pain. But one perspective someone shared with me is that it's as common as the cold. And it's something that we'll all likely experience at some point in our life. So understanding techniques to deal with it are useful things for most people. The human back is strong and adaptive. It was made for movement. It was designed for lifting and bending. And incorporating movement into your day and into movement throughout your life, these are some of the cornerstones of treating low back pain. And one thing that I've really noticed throughout my years being a clinician, I did 7 years of clinic work before doing the last 3 years in a digital physical therapy environment, is that there's a variety of patient responses to experiencing low back pain. Some people find themselves immediately, turning away from movement and not wanting to hurt themselves. I'll hear that phrase a lot. I don't want to make it worse, so I haven't really been doing much. And other people go in another direction, but understanding that your spine was made for movement and lifting and bending, and avoiding movement sort of generally being an idea that isn't productive is a good framework to begin with. And I wanted to share briefly my story with low back pain. And so I've got a doctorate in physical therapy. I've studied this extensively, but in the last 3 years, I've really had a personal experience with it. And what happened was I have a 3-year-old daughter, and I was leaning forward to pick her up. And at the same time, I remember distinctly that the beep of the microwave went off, and that caused me to flinch a little bit. And suddenly I had this stabbing spasm of low back pain. And that persisted very profoundly for at least a week. And then it persisted less profoundly for over 2 months. And this was my first time ever experiencing what many people would call a back spasm. And despite the fact that I had treated thousands of patients with back pain, experiencing it myself was really monumental in helping me understand just the way that back pain can affect both your physical ability, your mental ability, your ability to contribute in ways that are meaningful to you and work. So having that experience over the last 3 years really opened my mind to what it's like to have back pain. And I found that very helpful. And so that really made me think a lot about back pain in a different way. Like I said, I had gotten a doctorate in the subject of physical therapy, and we often talk about back pain, but it wasn't really until I had the experience myself that I started asking some really interesting questions, I thought. And one thing about back pain is that it's not super clear what your first step should be. So let's say you're in my shoes and you just bent over to pick up a 35-pound 3-year-old, and suddenly your back hurts. What's the next step? When you have a toothache, pretty much everyone will tell you to go to a dentist. If you have back pain, you can ask 10 people and you might get 10 different recommendations where to go. Some people will tell you to go see a chiropractor. Some people will practice avoidance, which is a technique I'm sure we've all employed at some point. Some people will recommend a physiotherapist, physical therapist. Some people will tell you to see your doctor, who will maybe write you some medications prescriptions. Other people will recommend seeing an orthopedist or trying for some injections. So there's not this really straight line, obvious progression of what should be the next step when you have back pain. And I really started to understand that very clearly, that there's some challenges in understanding how back pain should be approached. And that also led me to an honest question, because sometimes in the treatment of back pain, I've encountered people who have been taking medication for years, or going to chiropractors for years, or going to physical therapists for years, or had multiple surgeries. And so it really led me to ask the question, can I live a life free from back pain without expensive medication, surgery, or adjustments? Can I manage this in ways that do not require continuous professional intervention? And if that is possible, what are those techniques? And what are both movement habits, lifestyle habits? What are some techniques that promote a a life that is designed to be generally pain-free. And one thing that really was brought to my attention during this experience and throughout the course of my education was the topic of imaging for back pain. So the first question I'd like to bring up and just have you all think about briefly is imaging always needed to detect the cause of low back pain? And that's a myth. Imaging is not always needed to detect the cause of low back pain. And the subject of imaging in low back pain, I think, is really interesting. So there are a variety of double-blinded studies where they'll give radiologists an anonymous radiograph and advise them to look at it and find any pathologies. And at the same time, they'll have the patients of those MRI radiographs go see another doctor, and the MRI, the radiologist is reading the MRI and saying, do I see a pathological finding on here? Is this MRI problematic? And then that person goes to see a different doctor and describes their symptoms. And one thing that's really interesting about these studies is that it's very common that people who have perfectly normal MRIs, no pathological findings whatsoever, will have back pain as a symptom described to their doctor. And the reverse is true. People will very commonly have pathological, some problem found on an MRI by a radiologist, but they do not have back pain. So there's not this direct linear relationship between what a radiologist could find on an image and the patient experience. There are lots of people with perfectly normal radiographs who live with back pain, and there are lots of people with pathological radiographs who live with no back pain. So imaging is sometimes very useful, and I definitely don't want to minimize imaging. There are absolutely circumstances where there's a straight line connection. You can do an imaging, you can see a disc that has been herniated in a specific direction, and you can see a fracture of your vertebrae. That's a very different story. But for the majority of cases, there is not this linear relationship that is so clearly easy to say, this is the cause and this is the solution with imaging. So one of my main questions was that I'd like to talk about today is what causes low back pain? And to discuss that, I want to break that up into two categories. And one is acute low back pain and chronic low back pain. And those are just sort of arbitrary distinctors, typically described at 12 weeks. If you've had pain for less than 12 weeks, that would be described as acute low back pain. If you had pain for more than 12 weeks, that would be described as chronic low back pain, sort of an arbitrary distinction, but nonetheless, acute being recent, chronic being long-term. And acute low back pain is most often caused by a sudden injury to the muscles, this seizing up of the muscles and the ligaments supporting the back. Chronic low back pain has a variety of causes. Some of them, there's a whole variety of interesting topics to discuss on chronic low back pain, and we'll get into some of those, but chronic low back pain has a variety of causes that are not always connected directly to a physiological finding. There's not always something that you can point to that's saying, this is what has been causing my low back pain for the last 10 years. And within that, in fact, 90% of people who live with low back pain are diagnosed with what people call non-specific low back pain, that a radiograph does not show exactly a correlative comparison to the pain experience you're having. With nerves, the nerves of certain levels of your spine correspond to different parts of your body. So your lower lumbar nerves will innervate certain parts of your leg. And if you have an injury to that part of your spine, you can often correlate that with specific symptoms felt in your leg. 90% of the time, there is not that obvious, like, this is the symptoms because this is the cause. And that just really makes treating low back pain challenging because it isn't this satisfying, this is the reason. And it also makes it challenging to treat because there's a variety of different causes that are all linked together. And that's why there's a variety of approaches to treating low back pain that are really important. And we'll get into that in a second. When we're talking about chronic pain, there's a couple of different ones. First of all, I'd like to talk about non-mechanical or visceral pain. These are things like inflammatory diseases, infections, kidney issues, GI issues. These will often have symptoms like constant pain. Typically, mechanical pain related to muscle spasms will fluctuate throughout the day. Maybe it hurts more when you're sitting, or maybe it hurts more when you're standing in line. If you're having constant low back pain and it doesn't have any relationship to moving or not moving or body position, that tends to be a symptom of something visceral, something related to maybe your organs or your GI tract, your intestines, or an inflammation. And that certainly is a reason to seek care. But mechanical pain is caused typically by a muscle strain or a disc issue. And the vast majority of cases of low back pain, chronic low back pain, are caused by these mechanical issues. And we'll get into it more on the last slide of this, but with chronic pain, there's also a psychological component, and that is not minimizing it whatsoever. There's just an aspect of people's mental health that is so strongly correlated to living with pain. When you're living with pain, you're not able to do the things that are most meaningful to you. That is a profound impact on your mental health. And that is this cyclical aspect that throughout my career, I've been able to see many times. And I'd love to, share a couple perspectives on that on the last slide. So big question that I'd hope to share is, what are some causes of non-specific low back pain? Something where you can't pinpoint that this vertebrae has been fractured or this disc has been profoundly herniated and causing an issue. What are some causes of people who have low back pain and do not have radiographic findings to particularly correlate with those? And I'm just going to give a list and talk about a couple of them. And first one is not enough movement. I've read an interesting article that said that our paleo human ancestors got an average of 16,000 steps a day. Not sure how they measured that, but whatever it is, people used to move a lot more. And I myself am in this population now of people who sit a lot throughout the day. And this is one of the main causes of low back pain, not enough movement. And we'll talk a little bit more about detail about that. Specifically, when you're talking about not enough movement, too much sitting, sitting for even an hour straight, 2 hours straight, 4 hours straight. And believe me, I've done that exact thing numerous times. That typically leads to low back pain, particularly when multiplied over the course of weeks and months and years of a career done in a sitting type thing. So finding ways to sit less and move more throughout the day is generally going to be useful. When we're taking a physical therapy perspective and talking about exercise prescription, very commonly people will have a pattern of a lack of core stability and a lack of glute activation. Not everyone shows these, and this is why it's really important when you're interacting with a physical therapist that they assess these things, but these are common patterns. It's very common that people lack core stability, and it's very common that people lack their ability to strongly contract their glute muscles, the muscles in their buttock, in the back of their hip. Another aspect of low back pain that I'll always assess with patients is discuss quality sleep. Sleep is really when our body regenerates itself. It's when our body can release toxins, both in our muscles and in our brain. And so not finding a way to improve sleep is going to limit your ability to treat low back pain in the long term. An interesting one is not warming up before a workout. And this is particularly true in sedentary populations. I know myself, I have this digital job now, and so I sit a lot throughout the day, and I'll sometimes sit for 3 straight hours and get up and put my body through an intense workout. And the reality is that's not a very productive approach to exercising your muscles, because your muscles are tight and cold, and jumping right into a workout from long-term sitting, or let's say first thing in the morning before warming up, can absolutely put you at higher risk for back pain. And the last thing I'm going to talk about is just a little bit of a psychological component, mindset, and some observations I've made about low back pain. So the first thing that I try and work with patients who are experiencing low back pain is to work on this fear of movement. And it's very common. People say, I don't want to make the pain worse, but it's very normal to be afraid that moving will make your back pain worse. But limiting movement can actually make it much harder to recover, and plays into this longer term cycle of back pain worsening. I've seen it many, many times. People experience pain, so they move less, they become stiffer, so their pain worsens, and so they move less. Along the way, they're not participating in things that are meaningful to them in their life. So finding ways to bring regular movement into your life is the beginning of treating low back pain. Avoiding movement can cause more pain, and it's good to start with small, basic movements as soon as you sound able. Interestingly, one of the most studied parts of low back pain is the effect of a walking program, just getting people to start taking a daily walk. That has a very profound effect on treating low back pain, and starting with a 5-minute walk is an absolutely great way to start treating back pain if you've been reluctant to move yet. The next thing I'll briefly talk about is posture. When I bring up posture with my patients, I often see people, immediately sit up straight and adopt this really rigid upright posture, and I certainly appreciate that. But that isn't really how I view posture as the right approach to posture. I always say that the best posture is your next posture. Even if you were to have this picture perfect upright posture that everyone envisions with sitting posture, if you were to hold that posture for 4 straight hours, you'd likely develop back pain. Staying in the same posture for too long is going to be painful no matter what the posture is. So while it is a good idea to think about ergonomic setups to your desk, not slouching, keeping your head upright, thinking about having your ears over your shoulder, over your hips, thinking about having an upright posture is useful. Changing postures throughout the day is really key. having a variety of movements, and your body is pretty good at telling you this. When you start to develop pain and stiffness, your body will tell you to move, and just generally finding ways to bring more movement into your life is going to be key. Also, try to avoid boom bust cycles. I've done this, myself. You get really jazzed about starting an exercise program, and so maybe you jump right in, and 2 weeks later, you're not doing it anymore. Finding ways to gradually maintain and increase the amount of activity that you're doing is the way to go. So pace yourself, try and take a long-term mindset when it comes to movement and back pain. And get some rest. Fostering pro sleep habits is huge. I recommend a few things that I certainly break myself, but try and strive towards in general. Try to avoid looking at screens for half an hour or an hour before bed. Try and go to sleep at the same time every day, ideally. I'm sure, of course, there's events on the weekends, et cetera. And, I do all that stuff. But in general, trying to sleep at the same time every night will improve your sleep habits. And creating a bedtime routine, maybe turning down the lights for, an hour before bed, trying to just calm yourself a little bit, creating a routine that allows your body to know it's time to go to sleep can help with sleep habits. And just going back, one topic I'll share personally that I found very effective in treating my low back pain when sleeping is some people, there's a lot of different ways to call them. Some people call them a boyfriend pillow. Some people call them a girlfriend pillow. I've heard them called a pregnancy pillow. The large U-shaped pillow that you can lay on your side and it have completely supportive your leg. I found that to be particularly helpful when treating my back pain, and my wife had one for her pregnancy and I borrowed it when I had back pain, and I found that particularly helpful. So that's one specific sleep recommendation I'll make that I found useful. So just talking about lifestyle habits, having a proper warm-up. There's a lot of discussion that could go into this, but in general with a warm-up, you want to raise your body temperature, you want to activate the areas you're working on, and target tight areas. So taking a walk is a great way to work your body, to raise your body temperature. If you're working on your legs, that's also great for taking a walk, and target tight areas. In a lot of people, their hip flexors become tight because they're sitting a lot. So thinking about that, just the areas that might become tight and targeting them before your workout can be very useful. I think a movement habit might be the single best thing that could be done for low back pain, finding a way to bring a regular walking habit into your life and finding a way to have a pro sleep routine that encourages restful sleep, not looking at screens before bedtime, and having a routine, along with my own personal recommendation of those pillows. The last thing I want to talk about before we wrap up is just my observations about the mental side of chronic pain and what I've seen working with, literally thousands of patients over the years. So one thing that I experienced myself when going through chronic pain is that I actually started to identify with the pain. For the 2 months that I was really experiencing this, I would say things like, I can't do that because my back hurts. And I really started to tell people that. And I would say things like that to other people. I can't do that, my back hurts. And it was kind of interesting to observe myself shift into that different personality and different mindset about things. And I really found it helpful to get some advice to shift my mindset on that. And it may sound kind of woo-woo, it might be slightly unscientific, but I think that your thoughts are not idle things. And I've really seen that our thoughts can shape our identity. And so when I was experiencing back pain, I found it very useful to visualize a few things. Visualize living a pain-free life. Visualize doing the things that are meaningful to me. I would say things to myself like, I have a strong, healthy low back. I'm so grateful that I am pain-free. I would try and really press my thoughts towards having a positive mindset. And I found that visualization and those thoughts were very helpful in allowing myself to improve my low back pain. And I've seen this in a lot of people. They develop a very specific kind of thought process around chronic back pain because it's extremely challenging to deal with. Like I said, it's non-specific. There's not this one silver bullet solution to it. So I think that it's important to recognize that your thoughts are not this idle thing, and your thoughts often become your reality. And so thinking about how you talk to yourself and how you visualize yourself in terms of pain is something really valuable. And that's something that I at least try and discuss briefly with patients. I'm not a healthcare mental health professional, but I have seen that it's valuable just to share the idea of how we perceive thoughts and how people with chronic pain often have certain thought patterns. So something I've observed over my career. And briefly, I wanted to just talk about Sword, which is the company I work for. It's a digital physical therapy solution. In all of our programs, you work one-on-one with a physical therapist, and we work to build programs like I've described that are going to increase your movement, target tight areas, and you're always meeting with the doctor of physical therapy, where that psychosocial component and discussions of individualization is really key. So I'm sure you can learn more about that from Alera. And I'll wrap up here and just want to thank everyone for the time. I hope that some of it was useful. I appreciate everyone taking the time to listen, and I'd be happy to answer any questions with the time remaining.
Thank you, Dr. Stoltzers, for a wonderful presentation. And I want to thank all of you for joining us for today's session. We will save your questions and address them at a later time. I just have a couple quick notes as we near the end of this session. Please take a moment to rate today session using the star icons located below the title. Also, we'd love to hear what you think about this event, so be on the lookout for our post-event survey. We appreciate any and all feedback you provide, and please know that we use the feedback in planning future events. Recording of all of today's sessions will be available sometimes next week, so feel free to pop back in on this event landing page to rewatch any of the sessions you saw today. Next up is our very last session of the day, Powerful Nutrition Strategies to Age Gracefully, brought to you by Modify Health, which will start at 3:30 Eastern Time. We hope you decide to stick around for the session. Thank you.
Welcome to the 2024 Alera Group Employee Wellbeing Fair. We are so glad you could join us for our last session today. My name is Gretchen Day, VP of Health Innovation with Alera Group, and I'll be introducing our speaker today. Just a quick housekeeping note. As a reminder, you'll see on the right-hand side of your screen options to share your thoughts and comments in the chat or submit questions to our speaker through the Q&A box. These sessions are designed to be interactive, so we encourage you to interact with other participants and with our presenter. I'm very excited to introduce our speaker for this session. Maddie Reeder is the Director of Clinical Operations at Modify Health. She is a dietitian with over a decade of healthcare experience leading innovative nutrition and telehealth programs. Maddie develops telehealth services, integrating care with multiple health plans nationwide. She is passionate about health equity and uses nutrition to prevent chronic diseases and address food insecurity issues. Her expertise in medical nutrition therapy and patient engagement creates scalable, evidence-based food programs. Maddie's dedication to improving health outcomes through strategic nutrition interventions underscores her commitment to transforming healthcare. Without further ado, let me pass it off to Maddie. Maddie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Gretchen. And hi, everyone. Welcome. And I so appreciate you being here today. And I hope you're ready to dive into some powerful nutrition strategies that can help all of us age gracefully, no matter what our age is today. So my name, as Gretchen mentioned, is Maddie Reeder. I'm a registered dietitian with Modify Health, and I'm our Director of Clinical Operations. Modify Health offers medically tailored, ready-to-eat meals that fit a variety of health and wellness goals and has dietitians just like myself available to support you along your journey with nutrition, whether that is to combat aging or for any other goals that you may have. As we get started, I want to give you a quick overview of what we're going to be covering today. We'll explore 3 key areas. First, understanding the aging process, some practical nutrition strategies for aging, and most importantly, how do we actually apply those strategies and the things that we're learning today in everyday life. Our approach at Modify Health and my personal approach as a registered dietitian is rooted in whole food, plant-based nutrition, and evidence-based medical nutrition therapy. So you know that listening to this presentation, you're going to get the best of the best information that's out there. My goal today is to give you more than just the basics as well. So we're going to go beyond what you might find in a quick Google search or in a book and really connect the dots between what we eat and how we age. And I want you to walk away today feeling empowered and equipped with all sorts of practical tools to enhance your health. So please feel free to use the Q&A function or the chat to ask questions throughout, and we'll answer as we go. And so with that being said, let's get started. So I want to kick off our overview today with some science behind the aging process. If we're going to talk about how to age gracefully and really keep aging at bay, we need to talk about, well, what actually is aging? And as we get older, our bodies, we know, go through natural changes, some that are visible and some that are happening under the surface. One key concept in aging is cellular aging. That's something that you probably have heard before. It's a very buzzy term. And what that means is inside each of our cells, we have these tiny structures called telomeres that protect our DNA. I like to think of telomeres as those little caps on the end of your shoelaces that keep them from fraying. And just like they do that with your shoelaces, telomeres keep your DNA protected and from fraying or falling apart. Over time, our cells divide and those telomeres get shorter and shorter and shorter. And eventually they get so short that the cells can't function as efficiently. And that's when we start to see the effects of aging. Another thing that we see as we age is that oxidative stress comes into play. That happens when there's an imbalance between free radicals and antioxidants in our bodies. Some other buzzy terms that I'm sure you've heard once or maybe a few times in your life. Free radicals are unstable molecules that can damage our cells. Our bodies naturally produce these free radicals, but external factors in our life like pollution, UV radiation, and even certain foods can increase free radical production in our body. Now, antioxidants found in foods like berries, your leafy greens, nuts, they all act as our body's defense system, neutralizing those free radicals. When the balance tips in favor of the free radicals, though, that results in oxidative stress, and that accelerates aging and contributes to diseases like heart disease and cancer. We'll talk more about antioxidants and ways that you can use those in your diet in a few slides. Another factor in aging is mitochondria. Now, if you're like me, you might remember from your biology class that mitochondria is the powerhouse of your cell. I'm sure you've heard that before, and it's very true. They produce the energy that we need to function. They work extra hard for us. But as we age, they get a bit sluggish, they get a bit tired, and that's why we often feel more fatigued or notice that our bodies don't repair as quickly as they used to. Those mitochondria just aren't as efficient or effective. The next thing I want to talk about for aging is chronic inflammation. I've heard it more recently called inflammaging, a nice play on words there. And inflammation is our body's natural response to injury or infection. And you might notice it when you get a cut or a sprain, the area becomes red and swollen. And that's your immune system at work, sending in reinforcements to heal that area as quickly as possible. But chronic inflammation is different than the inflammation you experience when you have a cut or a splinter or something like that. It's low-level, persistent inflammation that doesn't go away, often due to factors like poor diet over time, stress in your life, or long-term exposure to environmental toxins, depending on where you live, what sort of career you have, etc. And so as we age, our immune system becomes less efficient at regulating inflammation. And that means that at low level, inflammation can linger in our bodies, contributing to age-related diseases like heart disease, arthritis, Alzheimer's, you name it. Inflammation is really, really important to monitor and keep an eye on, and because aging also makes it harder for our bodies to fight off this inflammation. So it just becomes a really vicious cycle. And that's why an anti-inflammatory diet that's rich in whole foods and plants can play such a powerful role in supporting our health as we age. But don't worry, we will talk about that in more detail a little bit later. Lastly, when it comes to aging, we have hormonal shifts. A lot of us know about this as well. Estrogen and testosterone levels decrease as we age, and our metabolism slows down, and that makes it easier to gain weight and harder to maintain your muscle. Now, I know we've gone through a lot. Are you overwhelmed? Take a deep breath. Don't worry. By understanding these processes, we can make changes that help us age well. Before we talk about some nutrition strategies, I also want to talk about some other components of health and wellness as we age that are really important. So we talked about all the things that oxidative stress and chronic inflammation can contribute to, all of these different disease states. But aging isn't all about what we lose and what we can combat. It's also about what we gain as we age. Aging, I have on the screen here this quote, "Aging is just another word for living." We know that as we age, we gain so many wonderful insights about ourselves, about the people around us, and we often become more emotionally resilient and better at handling stress. We've been through more, we've learned more, and all of those experiences we have give us a kind of wisdom that's hard to come by in our younger years. And here's the great part. Nutrition can help enhance all of these positives. So I know we went through a lot of things that aging can do that are negative to our bodies, that are negative to our health, but we become more emotionally resilient, and that means that all the things that we're going to talk about today are not only possible, but they're within reach, and they're things that are actionable that you can do to make yourself feel better today and tomorrow. So now I want to talk about why nutrition matters. Why is it important? Why are we even talking about this to begin with? If aging is inevitable, what can we even do about it? Well, at every stage of life, nutrition plays a really critical role. But as we age, it becomes even more important because good nutrition is your body's defense system. The foods that you eat can help prevent or manage chronic conditions like heart disease, diabetes, osteoporosis, but that is not all. Nutrition can also help your body maintain key functions that are often challenged as we age. So let's start by talking a little bit about joint health. A balanced diet in those anti-inflammatory foods that I touched on a little bit before can reduce stiffness and pain, which helps you maintain mobile and active. Then, of course, there's your skin integrity and appearance. Good nutrition supports things like collagen production and hydration in your body, which keeps your skin healthy and resilient. And that's not only important for the way that we look and the way that we want to appear in the world, but also our ability to keep that skin barrier really healthy, prevent bruising and cuts, infections, and chronic inflammation over and over again, like we talked about. Another area where nutrition matters extremely much in aging is vision. Nutrients like vitamin A and lutein, protein protect your eyes from age-related degeneration. And maintaining a healthy weight is something that's also really critical as we age. Balanced diet not only helps with your joints, with your eye health, but it also helps to regulate that metabolism, which makes it easier to avoid weight gain, which can contribute to other disease states. Believe it or not, nutrition also affects parts of the body that we don't always think about, like our hearing. Your inner ear is really sensitive to change in blood flow, so when you keep your cardiovascular system healthy through good nutrition, you can also protect your hearing, which is a really amazing thing that nutrition can do that not a lot of people think about. And of course, your immunity is essential. You'll hear me say that a lot today. So all sorts of nutrients in your diet, things like vitamin C and zinc and vitamin D, they really keep your immune system strong, reducing the risk of infections and inflammation. So that all sounds great, but what does that even mean? Where do we start with all of that? Well, the good news is that nutrition acts as your shield against aging. Think of the right foods that you eat as your armor. They're going to protect your body from wear and tear that naturally comes with aging. And the key to that protection lies within two things: your macronutrients and your micronutrients. Your macronutrients, things like carbohydrates, proteins, and fats, are the building blocks of your body. They provide the energy, the structure, the essential components that your body needs every day to function. But it's not just about getting enough of these nutrients, it's about getting the right kinds in the right blends. Then we have your micronutrients. Those are your vitamins and minerals, and that help your body perform all of the critical functions necessary, from maintaining your bone density to supporting your brain health, hearing, all the things we just discussed, and everything in between. And even though we need them in smaller amounts, hence the name micronutrients, they're just as vital as your macronutrients. And in the next few slides, we're going to dive deeper into how those nutrients work in your body and how to get them from your diet and how they help you age as gracefully as possible. First, we're going to talk about carbohydrates, and I want us to understand them a little bit better. When we talk about nutrition, carbohydrates are often a topic of confusion and concern, especially recently. They have just been all over in the media as something that we need to be fearful of. But today I want to demystify what makes something a carbohydrate, how that differs from a sugar itself, and why they're both essential yet often misunderstood. So what makes something a carbohydrate? Well, carbohydrates are one of those three macronutrients alongside protein and fats that give energy to your body. And they're found in a very wide range of foods, from fruits and vegetables to grains, and then of course our sugary treats. I think we all know that one well. Chemically, a carbohydrate is made up of sugar molecules. These molecules can be single units called monosaccharides, like glucose and fructose, or they can be multiple units or in a chain, like a polysaccharide, something called a starch. Now, the key difference really lies in the structure and how quickly these are digested and absorbed. So simple carbohydrates are sugars. They provide really quick energy because they're easily and quickly absorbed into your bloodstream. If you think about it as a single car on a train track, one single car is going to be able to move much faster than a whole line or row of cars on a train. Now, your complex carbohydrates are composed of longer chains of sugar molecules, making them take longer to break down. And they provide sustained energy and are found in foods like your whole grains, legumes, and starchy vegetables. Now, The next thing I want to talk about is, why are we so afraid of carbohydrates? Why are we afraid of sugar? Why is this something that is very polarizing for a lot of people? I find that the fear of carbohydrates often stems from the impact of simple sugars on your blood sugar levels. And when you eat those simple carbs, those things that absorb into your bloodstream really quickly, like we talked about, that single car on a train track, especially in processed forms like soda or in pastries, they can lead to rapid spikes and drops in your blood sugar. So this can also create that energy crash that we feel. You know, if you give a kid a lot of sugar or a lot of candy, they have a lot of energy really quickly, and then all of a sudden it dies out, they crash, they're ready to take a nap after a while, right? We all know the feeling. And those energy crashes over time can not only lead to weight gain if consumed in excess, but can be really, really tumultuous in the body. Remember, we want to keep the body as stable and keep that inflammation as low as we possibly can. And the more we have those ups and downs and those roller coasters happening in our body, the more stress we're putting it under. And there's also a concern, of course, by putting your body under that kind of stress, there's a link to conditions like type 2 diabetes and heart disease. However, it's really important to differentiate these different effects of the complex carbohydrates and simple carbohydrates, which are those complex carbohydrates are more beneficial than the simple ones. Your complex carbs provide vital nutrients to you, and they're generally higher in fiber, which have a slower impact on your blood sugar. They keep you fuller longer, and therefore energy stability and long-term health are the result. So don't be afraid of those complex carbohydrates. That's so often why we encourage you to consume things as dietitians like whole grains, and that is really important for overall energy and health. So next, I want to talk a little bit about proteins. Proteins are another vital macronutrient that often get a lot of attention, especially in discussions about diet and health and fitness. So I want to explore a little bit about what proteins are, their importance, and some common misconceptions there. So first, what makes something a protein? You see here we've got some chicken on your screen. That's mostly what people think of right away when they're thinking about proteins, but let's take it down a notch and start from the very basics. So proteins are made up of what's called amino acids. They're often referred to as the building blocks of life. There are 20 different amino acids that can combine in various ways to create proteins that perform a wide range of functions in your body, from building tissues to creating enzymes and even your hormones. Now, amino acids are categorized into two different categories. So those building blocks of proteins can either be considered essential or non-essential. And that means exactly what it sounds like. Your essential amino acids are ones that your body does not make on their own. And so therefore, they must be obtained from your diet. Proteins that contain all of the essential amino acids are what we call complete proteins, and those are typically found in animal products like your meat, dairy, and eggs. Now, because of that, that's why people generally think of your animal-based products as the best case scenario for proteins, but that's not necessarily true. What I want to share with you today is that plant-based sources often lack one or more essential amino acids, making them incomplete proteins. But by combining different plant-based sources of protein, for example, such as beans and rice, you can easily obtain a complete protein profile, which is really amazing. So why is protein important? I want to talk a little bit about that before we move on. So protein is very crucial for muscle repair and growth, which makes it especially important for everyone, regardless of your age or your fitness level. It's also something that plays a critical role in the production of antibodies for the immune system and acts as building material for bones, skin, and blood. Now, one of the common misconceptions about protein is that you can only get it from animal materials, like I mentioned. And again, while those are complete proteins, it's not the only way that your body can gather protein for your health and your wellness. So another misconception about proteins is that excessive protein intake enhances your muscle growth, can make you stronger. And so really increasing your protein but decreasing your carbs and fats is the way to go. That's a really common misconception. But in reality, excess protein, when your body has too much of it, it can only absorb a certain amount. So excess protein can be converted to fat or to glucose, to sugar, to be used as energy or stored as fat within the body. So that's something that is really important to note. So it doesn't have to be consumed in excess. What's most important is just getting the right amount for you personally based on your activity level, your stress, and your day-to-day lifestyle. Balancing protein intake involves choosing both those animal and plant-based sources like we talked about. Including a variety of protein sources in your diet is what will ensure that you get all of those essential amino acids, the one that your body doesn't make on its own, and benefit from the unique nutrients that each source offers. So now that we've talked about our carbohydrates and our fats, I want to move on, and our carbohydrates and our proteins, I want to move on and talk a little bit more about fat. Another one that I think creates a lot of confusion for people. So what makes something a fat? Well, fats are perhaps the most misunderstood macronutrient, and they're often viewed very negatively. I think that perception has changed a lot in the last 10 years. But they play a really crucial role in the body. And so let's demystify fats a little bit and explain why they're so essential for health. So what makes something a fat? They're also known as lipids. So if you ever see those words, fat or lipid, they can be used interchangeably. They're a group of compounds that are generally soluble in organic solvents, but insoluble in water. We know that from our basic science classes. And they're made up of fatty acids and glycerol. That's what creates a fat. Now, fats can be categorized in a few different ways. We have probably heard these before too, as saturated, unsaturated, and trans fats, all based on their chemical structure and how they are built. So let's talk about healthy versus unhealthy fats. So our unsaturated fats, they're found in food like olive oil, nuts, and fish. They are considered healthy because they can improve blood cholesterol levels, stabilize your heart rhythm, and play several other beneficial roles in your body. Now, saturated fats, those are things that are found in your animal products like butter and red meat. They need to be consumed in moderation because they can create blockages in your body that make it harder for your blood to flow appropriately and get to the places that it needs to give your body not only energy but oxygen. Now, trans fats, those are found in processed foods, are generally considered unhealthy, and we want to avoid those as much as we can because we know that without a doubt they increase the risk of heart disease. Now, let's talk a little bit more about why fat is so important. So fat's essential for several functions. First, it's a major energy source. We know that fat holds more calories, and calories equal energy, but fat has more calories and more energy than carbohydrates and protein do by weight. So another thing that makes fat really important is that it supports your cell growth. It also aids in the absorption of certain vitamins. Remember how I said that it wasn't soluble in water, but that it is soluble in other ways? Well, your vitamins also work with that fat so that those vitamins can dissolve and be activated and go to the areas in the body where they are needed. Certain vitamins, your fat-soluble vitamins, are A, D, E, and K, are really, really important. And having enough fat ensures that those vitamins can actually be utilized. Fat also provides cushioning for our organs, which is extremely important, especially as we get older. And it also plays a really crucial role in hormone production and regulation. Now, many people think that eating fat will directly lead to body fat gain. However, fats are a necessary part of your healthy diet. It's all about the type of fat and the quantity that matters. And excluding fats altogether can be really detrimental to your health. So keep that in mind as you're thinking about adding fats into your diet. Now, just like with your carbohydrates and your proteins, a balanced approach is key. So include sources of those healthy fats every day, like avocados, plant-based oils, seeds, nuts, and fish, while limiting the intake of saturated and trans fats. And having that balance really helps to maintain health while benefiting from the essential functions that fats perform in the body. Now, the next thing I want to talk about are our micronutrients. These are so important, and we could talk about this all day, but I'll just give you a little bit of an overview for today. So your micronutrients like your B vitamins, vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin K, and so on, they all play really crucial roles in our health. For example, your B vitamins help with energy production and brain health. And vitamin D, one we hear about quite a bit, is essential for your bone health and for your immune function. And as we age, our ability to absorb certain vitamins decreases. So ensuring that we have a varied diet with plenty of whole foods is key. Supplements might be necessary, especially for something like vitamin D, but we'll talk about that more in a few minutes. Minerals, specifically because we have two different types of micronutrients, our minerals and our vitamins. Minerals are equally as important. Those are things like iron, magnesium, zinc, selenium. They are all vital for maintaining our health. So for example, iron helps transport oxygen through our bodies, and magnesium supports muscle function and bone health. To get enough minerals, again, you'll hear me say this a lot, focus on incorporating a variety of things in your diet. Nuts, seeds, leafy greens are some really good examples. Now that we've covered why aging occurs and why nutrition matters, let's discuss how all of those nutrients work together. This is what we're going to call nutrient synergy. And we were going to talk about that because that will help us determine what actually should I eat to help myself as I'm aging and to prevent aging as much as I can. So for example, we know that research shows us that a diet rich in plant-based and minimally processed foods offers a ton of health benefits. So emphasizing overall that variety that we've talked about, lots of plant-based proteins, lean, minimally processed meats, your complex carbs, and your healthy fats, that's going to be the best way that you can really help yourself. For complex carbohydrates, we want to focus on things that are high in fiber, vitamins, antioxidants for long-lasting energy. Things like our whole grains, whole wheat bread and pasta, quinoa, buckwheat, farro, oats, brown rice. There are a lot of other options. These are just some of my most favorites that provide you with those complex carbs. And remember that really allows your energy levels to stay stable and decreases that up and down effect that we feel from those simple sugars that we're often consuming. Some other examples of complex carbohydrates are our fruits and our vegetables. That's why we always encourage fruits and vegetables, because not only do they provide us with those macronutrients, but they also give us those micronutrients, and they work together. Some examples of vegetables and fruits you can see on the screen here, but there are so many others. And don't be afraid of your fruits and your vegetables just because they have sugars. I hear that a lot out in the world, that, oh, I'm not sure if I should eat fruit because it has sugar in it. Those sugars are because they have other nutrients within them. They work really well within the body, ensuring that you get exactly what you need when you need it. Now that we've talked a little bit about our carbohydrates and our different sources there, I want to talk about our animal protein sources. So remember that our animal protein sources are high in protein content. They have all of those building blocks, high bioavailability. They have collagen in them. There's a lot of great benefits there. And our examples are things like eggs, chicken and turkey breasts, your lean cuts of beef and pork, salmon, tuna, shrimp, and your low-fat dairy products. Now, for some individuals, the low-fat option is better. If you are someone who drinks milk really frequently, that could be best for you. And for others, your full-fat or your standard fat products might be the best option. It really just depends on what your health and wellness goals are to determine which is the best for you. So working with a dietitian is a way that you can determine that for yourself. For your plant-based protein sources, remember that they're low in saturated fat because they come from the earth, and some examples are beans, peas, lentils, soy products, nuts, seeds, whole grains, and more. And finally, for our healthy fats, reminder that they help to support all different parts of your body, your skin, your joints, eye, brain health, heart health, and they help to aid in that vitamin absorption. And some examples are on the screen here, as you can see. Now, we've talked about all of these different nutrients and ways to get them into your body, but I want to talk a little bit more about that nutrient synergy. So, for example, calcium and magnesium both support your bone health, and they work together because magnesium also helps to activate vitamin D, which is crucial for calcium absorption. And another example of how these nutrients all work together and why it's really important to get a well-rounded diet, why there's not just a single answer for one thing that is going to help you age gracefully, is pairing something like a vitamin C and an iron together. Plant-based sources of iron aren't absorbed as well as animal-based sources, but when you pair them with something like a vitamin C, which you can get from your fruits and your veggies, like adding bell peppers or citrus to a spinach salad or something like that, your body can absorb that iron more effectively. There are dozens of these interactions that occur, but instead of trying to memorize all of the ways that your nutrients impact one another and cause chain reactions, you just need to make sure that when you're consuming your diet that you're getting a lot of variety. Fill that plate with lots of bright colors, and remember that all of those nutrients, once they're in your body, they will know how to work together, and your body will go into autopilot and will take over from there as long as you're getting a variety of things every day and every week. So that well-rounded diet rich in a variety of plants, complex carbs, healthy fats ensures that you get the right blend of nutrition again and again. Now, understanding all of these interactions can help us make smarter choices about how we combine our foods. As I've said, it's not about just eating the right nutrients, it's about making sure our bodies can absorb and use them. So now that we've talked about all of these building blocks, what they do, how they work together, I want to talk about some more trends in health, wellness, and aging that you might have seen out in the world, and maybe debunk some of them, demystify them, and determine if some of these trends are right for you to support your anti-aging journey. The first thing I want to talk about is trends in stress and hormones and how nutrition fits in there. So let's take a look at some of the latest things in my nutrition world that I'm hearing about. There's a lot of information, and it can be really confusing and contradictory and overwhelming, so we're going to decode that. Some popular trends that we hear about when we're talking about stress and hormones are the use of adaptogens. Adaptogens are herbal substances believed to help the body resist physical, chemical, and biological stressors. Essentially, adaptogens are thought to help the body adapt to stress, hence the name. And some common examples, as you see on the screen here, are herbs that have been used in traditional medicine for centuries. And some modern medicine studies suggest that they might have some potential benefits for reducing stress in the body and improving overall well-being. For instance, ashwagandha has been studied to showcase its potential to lower cortisol levels, which is the hormone our body released in response to stress. However, it's important to note that the scientific evidence supporting adaptogens is still very limited. And while some studies show promise, we need more rigorous research to fully understand the effects and how they work in the body. So they might be helpful to some people, but they shouldn't be relied on as a primary strategy for managing stress. And it's always great to talk to somebody like a registered dietitian to determine if they're a good fit for you or if they can even be effective for you based on your lifestyle and your goals. Now let's talk about peptides. I think I've had dozens of people in the last couple of weeks come to me asking me about these. They are short chains of amino acids, remember those building blocks of protein that we talked a lot about, and they act as signaling molecules in the body. They're often marketed for their potential benefits in anti-aging, muscle growth, skin health, etc. And they're a bit like messengers that tell the body to perform certain functions such as producing collagen for skin elasticity or stimulating your muscles. Some peptides have shown really promising results, particularly in skincare, where they help with reducing the appearance of wrinkles or improving your skin texture. However, much like adaptogens, the long-term effects of peptides aren't as well studied, and we do need some more research to fully understand the efficacy and safety of them. It's also important to note that the peptides need to maintain their integrity or bond in order for them to be beneficial because they're really delicate. So working with a registered dietitian or a healthcare professional to help you determine if these peptides are effective and efficacious is going to be really important before you start using them or incorporating them into your life. Now, when it comes to joint, skin, and your gut health, there are a couple of different trends that we're seeing, particularly the use of collagen supplements. It's an abundant protein in our body found in our skin, bones, muscles, connective tissues. And as we age, our collagen production decreases, which can lead to wrinkles, joint pains, and other signs of aging. Now, collagen supplements, they're derived from animal sources, and they're marketed to improve your skin elasticity, joint health, and your overall muscle and bone strength. And there's some evidence to support these claims, but just like the other things that we've just mentioned, more research needs to be done. And we also need to be very careful when choosing a collagen supplement that we're choosing it from a source that has been studied and showcased to have adequate success. The evidence overall is really, really mixed, and it really depends on the individual, what medications they're taking, what disease processes they have, and what their overall goals are. Another trend that we're seeing a lot with collagen is colostrum. It's a nutrient-rich fluid produced by mammals in the first few days after giving birth, and it's packed with antibodies and growth factors to support immune function and gut health. And it's often available in a supplement like a powder. Now, preliminary studies show that it may be beneficial for gut health and immune function, but a lot more research needs to be done on the effect of this in adults. Most of the research that shows the benefit is in infants or babies, not for grown adults, or especially adults who are aging. So something that can also be discussed with a registered dietitian is if this is beneficial for you, if this is worthwhile, or if this is something that you can skip. When it comes to digestion and immunity, two areas that are closely linked to overall health, some popular trends are pre and probiotics. Now, our probiotics are live microorganisms. They're also called your good bacteria in your gut, and they can play a really crucial role in digestion and immune function and even mental health. And our prebiotics, on the other hand, are types of fiber, and they feed the good bacteria in the gut, helping them thrive. And together, they help maintain a healthy gut environment, which is important to preventing digestive issues like bloating, constipation, irritable bowel syndrome, and more. And evidence does support the use of probiotics for certain digestive issues. However, the effects can vary based on the strain, the individual, and who is producing them. And not all probiotics are created equal, and what works for one person may not work for someone else. So it's important to remember that they need to be taken consistently too to have an effect, and they're not a one-size-fits-all solution. So speaking with a doctor or a dietitian is the best way to ensure that if you're taking a pre or a probiotic, that it's actually beneficial to you and not something that you're just taking with the hopes that it will be helpful for the aging process. So in closing, I know we talked about a lot of things today, and I want to ensure that we know that while all of the trends we talked about show some promise, it's important to approach them with a critical eye. Not everything is backed by strong science when it comes to those trends, and what works for one person may not work for somebody else, or vice versa. So focus on building a really balanced, nutrient-dense diet and consult with a healthcare professional before you start any new supplements, any trends out there. And by staying informed and making really thoughtful choices, you can support your health and well-being in a way that's sustainable in the long term. So in conclusion, I know we covered so much today, from the science behind aging, practical nutrition strategies, and how to apply them in your life. And overall, the thing I want you to leave with today is knowing that your body knows what to do as you age. It knows how to take care of you the best way possible. And if we give it all of the right tools for success, which comes in the form of good, balanced nutrition, lots of plants, lean proteins, healthy fats, your body will not only age gracefully, but it will age in a way that allows you to live the life that you want to live, which is so important. So thank you so much for joining us today. Please, if you have further questions, I would love to hear from you. And if you're interested in ways that you can improve your health and wellness with nutrition, you can always go to Modify Health, where we have registered dietitians just like me who can customize nutrition for you. And we have our medically tailored meal program options that allow you to, with just a few clicks, order food directly to your home that helps you meet your anti-aging goals.
Maddie, what a fantastic session. I learned so much today. I want to thank you, as well as all of our wonderful speakers who took time out of their day to join us for this year's Employee Wellbeing Fair. I also want to extend a special thank you to all of you, our attendees, for joining us today. We appreciate you taking time out of your busy day to attend this year's event. We worked hard to bring you a diverse array of topics, and I hope that you enjoyed hearing from each of our speakers and can walk away with some insights on how you can live for tomorrow. To enhance our future events, we would greatly appreciate it if you took our short survey and share your feedback about today's event. You'll see that link shortly in the chat in just a moment. Finally, you'll receive a recap email early next week with links to all of today's recorded sessions. We encourage you to share those links with your colleagues. Thank you again for attending this year's event, and I encourage you all to stay well.